Hello everyone, got a little bit of a different setup today. Welcome back to the Italian Ikazuki live stream. Oh, it is a disaster behind me. What is that? It looks like a mouse. It is not. There. I like paid attention to like kind of what's more up here, but I didn't pay attention to what's actually behind me. Oh, hello. Okay, there we go. We're going to mute myself so that I don't have to listen to myself because that drives me nuts. Okay. So we got handles to... We got to turn the rest of the large box bags. I forgot that I needed to do that before I was committed to getting on stream. We got to iron the little box of handles that we have here that you can't see because I'm focused on the ironing board, of course. Katie. Anyway, it's an all ironing day, and then or iron all the things day, and then top stitching afterwards. I'm over halfway through the next Nevernight book, which is awesome. This is a series by Jay Kristoff. Very much enjoying it so far. I just realized I forgot to put more litter in the litter boxes when I cleaned them this morning, of course. Alright. I did get laundry baskets. So I was thinking I was gonna do like recycling bins or something like that for all the scraps. So now we can just there, done. Those scraps are leaving the house. The other scraps are the other bin will be for the ones that don't leave the house. Anyway, I was looking at recycling bins and stuff like that, but they're really expensive. Well, they're $25 a piece. It was not that they were too expensive. It's just that that's not where I want to put my money right now. And then when I was at Walmart the other day, I saw these for significantly less. So that's what I did instead. And I think they're going to work well. Now, as long as the scraps don't fall out the sides, if they do, then we'll figure something else out. It's all good. We're going to make a pile of bags that I've turned over to the side here. And apparently I should have been trimming these down while I was sewing them, but we did not. Also, I don't know why I put the scrap bin that we're going to be using the most so far away, but all right. I am completely out of sorts today. I was supposed to go for a swim this morning, and instead I forgot to actually cover up my constant glucose monitor, and it's okay for half an hour, but my swims kind of tread the line of that, and so I just was it's got too long left on it. They're all covered by insurance. Thank fuck, they're expensive. But I was just I don't want to push it today, so I came home and I went for a walk instead, which was also a good decision. It was cold outside, but whatever. Wasn't that bad. The wind was a bit much, but the walk felt really good, so worth it. Kids are at school today. Tired. I did not go to bed. I had a good time last night. No, I wasn't down here working. I was just my book was really good, so I was listening to my book and doing little digital paint by numbers. It's a really cute little app, and it's a one-time fee as well, and then you can watch ads if you want hints and stuff like that, but it's not once you pay for it, you don't have to watch an ad, so I'm fine with that. I hate the ones where it's remove the ads, and then you still have to well, I guess this is the same thing, but it's to progress, you have to watch ads for rewards, basically. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I've deleted a lot of stuff off my phone, but this digital paint by number app definitely sucks a lot of my time, and that's okay sometimes. Probably should I don't know. Doesn't matter. It is starting to bother me, so maybe it does matter. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So. Okay, this is just garbage. This is just interfacing. Well, it's not garbage. We'll put it into the interfacing pile for now. And I really should have done this before I got on stream. Oh well, this is what I should have been doing last night, and I knew that too, but it's okay. Marathon training starts next Monday, so I have one more week of just blissfully kind of chugging along before the insanity actually starts. It shouldn't be too rough, honestly, because I'm in what I do. I'm doing so I use a digital coach run with Hal. It's based on training from Hal Higdon. Previously, I've always done interval training. Well, okay, I did interval training up through the Calgary half last year, and then I switched to Hal Higdon over the summer. I don't know if I actually progressed enough on it to do it. I'm going to do it again this time. And if I feel like I didn't progress enough, I'm going to go back to the interval training, at least over the summer. And here's the blunt thing. It's not that I'm not still doing run walks as needed, but a formal interval training of run 30, walk 30, or whatever it is. That's actually the interval that we did for Walt Disney World. Yeah, we went out for brunch with a friend yesterday. That was really good. And then we were going to go for a walk outside, and it was cold and gross. And where we were going, why we decided not to, we actually ended up walking in the mall. Which, hey, we still got to walk. It's almost 2 miles. Anyway, we were going to walk along the reservoir, which is fine, except that the reservoir on a good day is windy. And when we got out of breakfast, it was already windy, and it's let's not. Dropped her off, of course. Went and got a couple things at a store that's close to by her place. And then it got nice. It's come on. This is how it's supposed to be all day, and it was not, of course. So, oh well. I feel Katie, why aren't you just ironing these as you do them? Because. I'm not. You're just gonna have to deal. It's my stream, and I'll cry if I want to. No, there's no crying today. What is it? My stream, my rules. And then I always break those rules anyway. My iron will be nice and hot by the time we get to it, at least. So. Oh, God. Okay. Maybe. No, we're not going to change how we're, we got to turn all these out first. One step at a time. So after we turn all these out, what we will do is we also sort into a white top stitch pile and a black top stitch pile. And then I'm going to assess my time left and probably choose one or the other of the piles. And that's what we'll finish for Creekside. And if you're like, Katie, that means that you're going to have a bunch left over. Yes, I know. But in between, so my next show is the Ancient Arts Yarns Pop-Up, and then the Knit Social Retreat in Canmore. So that's those are two are back to back. So February 1st and February 8th. The February 8th one will come up after Creekside here on the ticker tape. There's too many events to post them all. Even if I was using the old scrolly text, is just too much to post right now. So I'll kind of do, I'll probably be doing, the next two events, even when they're just back to back like that. Anyway, I'm rambling. So in between now and the Ancient Arts Retreat, we'll finish up the large box bags and the traveler slings, because there's apparently a ravening crowd for the slings at Caroline's. So we'll do those. And then for the retreat, I'll figure out I have no clue. Passport folders will probably pause until after the retreat. Yeah, we'll pause passport folders then, because I'm just what's coming up after that? And then we have that nice big break in March, end of February, end of February beginning of March, where we'll be prepping for like Dawson Creek, but we can clear out the passport folders. I don't think they're going to take that long to sew. Maybe we'll do those for Caroline's too, because like having some new products would be good. And then I wouldn't have to worry about them for before April, because April is hell month. Not really. It's just there's 3 events back to back. All such amazing events that's like, yes, at least we know that they're coming up. I think part of it last year was that Dawson, we kind of wavered on whether I was going or not, and then I was just like, no, we gotta go. And yeah. we were a bit hesitant. Well, okay, Dallas was hesitant about it because he was comparing it to events down here. And the thing is that my audience, I think, down here is a lot more dilute. They're a lot smaller shows in some ways. Peace Fibre Festival is what I would consider a medium show, simply because they occupy a space where there's not a lot of other events going on. Whereas like Calgary and Airdrie and like all of our area, there's so many events going on, and not just knitting events too. Anyway, so he was hesitant, and I was like, well, we got to go up and like visit. You should go visit this family friend anyway. So there's a good portion of it, and then it turned out to be my second best show last year. So that's why we will return. Yeah, so at least we know that April is kind of hell month, and we can work accordingly. Hopefully, maybe, who knows. We'll figure it out. This summer's going to be a little bit different. Kiddos are going to be in full-time summer camps, and Dallas is at work, and then like a full week of summer camps, and then when he's home, they're going to be home. So we're going to do a lot more, hopefully, outdoor activities next summer. We'll see. Hopefully it's a good summer to do the outdoor activities. That's the other factor in this. And then itchy back. Yeah, and then in this fall time, we'll be on a new schedule with kindergarten as well. Given that it's Knit City, Vancouver, I do not know what to expect returning to that event space. My application is in. It feels really weird to put an application in. I'm like, it's like, I don't doubt that they're going to accept me, but now there's that little bit of underlying anxiety of like, what if they don't accept me? My whole like show calendar basically revolves around Knit City, so I'm like, anxious. And I don't know why it's so anxiety inducing. I haven't not been at Vancouver or Calgary for 10 years, so whatever. Just have to be like, Fiona, why would you give me an anxiety attack? Anyway. Oh, those crowned cats are going to be adorable. It's definitely going to have to go through a lint roller. Now the question becomes, when I'm finishing things, which ones do I finish? Oh, you are not caught. Okay, you can see that because it's like went at an angle at the top there. Too much cream in my coffee this morning. Damn it. Everything's in shambles. At least the kids were pretty happy about going to school. So that's good. That can lead to a rough start to the morning sometimes. That one also needs to have its zipper just reset a little bit at the top. So maybe we'll sit down and do that quick before. No. Yes. These technically don't really need a press, but it definitely makes for a nicer finish if I press them. So anyway, yeah, maybe I'll back off. I just figured out 2 zippers that need a little bit of reinstallation, so maybe we'll go in and do the reinstallation and then the ironing. Man, some of these linings were cut really bad. What the hell are you doing, Katie? I promise I usually only drink and select fabrics. I don't drink and cut typically. If I was, then it's not like I'm like inebriated. Oh, it's so good. That one looks so good. And that red zipper actually surprisingly also looks really good. And it also needs to be... God damn. These... Okay. Never mind. The close-end zippers were always bad on these two. But these zipper tapes like to fight. Holy crap. Okay. So it looks like we will be going in and redoing a lot of zippers before we actually iron. So I should just... I'm going to unplug the iron. Then I won't have to worry about it, like... me knocking it over, doing something stupid. Okay. Pop it down on the floor. Kind of like somewhere that I can't touch it with my foot very easily. Can't knock it over very easily. Blah, 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 blah. Safety. So there's a bar in Kyoto. I for some reason I didn't tag it as it being in Kyoto until recently. I keep seeing videos of it, but it's called the Macho Bar. It's a bunch of like really muscled men, and they come around and just basically like harass your table. Apparently it's only like 5 to 10 minutes, and it's not the whole time you're in the bar because there's a time limit on it. But it looks like a lot of fun, and I was like, I wonder if I can convince some people to go there after my like. If I'm successful in the marathon in Kyoto. Talked to my friend yesterday too. She's mentioned that her and her sister might actually want to come, at least on one of the November trips, and I probably meet up on the trip sort of thing, and then like I do my thing and get out. But it would be kind of nice because then, like as I've mentioned before, I love shopping for fabric with other people. And what I did mention to her yesterday is that what we should do, if they do want to do that, is maybe they should come in prior, or come in with me, and then then we get down to Kyoto and everything like that, and they can get like settled in with, and like an overview of the trains and everything like that. Because then I can like just leave, and they're set to keep on their travels wherever they want to go. So, one of the things I'm like leaning towards wanting to do eventually is like an actual fabric tour of Japan as a like retreat thing. So I should good lord. What I should do is I should chat with Knit Social, because I'm sure that they would be, because they do the England or Ireland tours and everything like that. I'm sure that they have some insight into how you do it. The big thing that's holding me up is it's like taxes. Like, do I need to be on a business visa? That is actually one of the questions too, is it's like, if I'm coming to do, but I'm not making money in Japan. Kind of be like the same idea as doing the whole I would be making like as like doing like a video on YouTube, I guess, or something like that, right? And basically I monetized in Canada. I'm making money in Canada, but I don't know. There seems to be some legality there. So I need to have like two conversations. I would need to have a conversation with an accountant, and I would need to have a conversation with the consulate, I think, and they would. It's not like they're going to, or they'll be able to figure that out for me. And honestly, I should just do it. Because that would be a really cool way to do it. And it'd be like maybe tours once a year or something like that, depending on how I could work it out. I need to make the business big enough that Dallas could come work for me. Make that like the 10-year goal or something like that, or 5-year goal. That would be cool. I don't know if you'd want to work for the business, but you know, having the option would be nice. Having them home would be cool. Actually, that's the other goal. So this goal, the goal that's like well, it is money related, but it's not a dollar amount related. So I really want to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube this year. I'm not sure how to go about it, but I'm creeping up. So we got 350 subscribers to go. I think what I need to do is I need to do a lot more shorts, and I need to do a lot more long format. I actually post it, basically. And then, so that's one goal. I have a small growth, so a small dollar amount that I want to grow this year. I want to grow about 10%. Last year I grew 20%, so thank you so much for all of your purchases and support. That was really awesome too, because I did actually reach my revenue goal, which was super cool, because I know a lot of small businesses are struggling right now. So is it a huge revenue? No. So does it mean I get to operate for another year? Yes. And so yeah, so the goal is 10% above that. Honestly, as long as I maintain what I made last year, I'll be happy. It's more than enough to go to Japan on, which is the best part. Dallas the other day was like, when do we need to book our flights? And I'm like, May? He's like, what? And I'm like, well, you want to book them as early as you can. And I was looking at JAL, because that's who I'm trying to get our flight through. And the front half of their plane seems to book up like this for all the flights that are open. Because I was looking at like November, I was looking at May, I was looking at February, and it's like, no, it makes sense for February because it's like, what, like 2 weeks away. And the dates I was looking at are 3 weeks out. And, but like even in November, the first half of the plane is full already. And I'm like, whoa. So I'm like, okay, so the sooner the better there. I'm going to make our hotel reservations as soon as I can, because they can be canceled or modified. No big deal, at least for Kyoto. Tokyo is like the hotel we decided on is fully refundable, but they want payment up front. I'm like, okay, well, that's actually a good chunk of the whole trip right there, because Tokyo is so expensive right now. Well, and it's like you can still find cheap places, especially if you want to be off the path. But given, again, that we're going with the kids for the first time and stuff like that, we want to reduce the amount of time that we have to be on transit unnecessarily. Because even with Kyoto, we could do a hotel that's like half the price. But it's at least 45 minutes to anything we want to do. So it's like, nope, we're not sacrificing that this time. We'll do that when they're older. And we need to start booking like 2 rooms. Because right now they book under elementary school age, preschooler age, and so they get to co-sleep, which means that we don't pay for them, which is awesome. And then like on Shinkansen, which are the bullet trains, and like transit, they should be about half cost because they're under 6, which is another big reason to go in 26, is because our eldest turns 6 in 26. Because they're a 2020 baby. Full on pandemic baby. Ugh. Thick of it too. Second one's technically a pandemic baby too, but the first one was a surprise pandemic baby. I.e. we were pregnant before we knew what was going to go down the following year. As you know, can plan for that for sure. Anyway, yeah, so it's like, okay, well, we'll book the flights with Dawson Creek will be, that's what I told him. Dawson Creek will be the payment for flights, basically. And then, because I've got most of my supplies for this year. We got to buy some interfacing coming up. And that's basically it. I keep talking about the interfacing. We will buy it eventually. It's just that it's like, well, there's no point in buying it right now because I don't have time to implement it yet. So, because it would be the interfacing, I need interfacing for the eyeglass cases, and we need interfacing for the book sleeves. But I have enough eyeglass cases for the next couple shows. People aren't really thinking of glasses cases in wintertime either, although really, I wear my sunglasses probably just as much or more in the wintertime because of the glare off the ice and everything like that. And I'm more likely to be wearing a hat in the summer, like a brimmed hat, ball cap, than I am in the winter. So anyway, like I can't think of a lot of supplies that we're going to need outside of that until the end of the year. So like Dawson will go towards flights, and then I guess summer shows will go towards paying for the Tokyo hotel. well, Dawson and like the two other freaking shows in April. So, and honestly, if I get anywhere close to the retreat numbers that I heard Caroline talking about last year, that can actually be our flights, because we can start booking flights in March. And Dawson can be the hotel. And then we only have to pay for a Kyoto hotel when we're there. So that would be pretty awesome too. And then it's all the sundries. It's all the food and like souvenirs. We'll have to like figure out how much we want to let the kids spend on gacha. Oh yeah, I want to get gacha machines. Okay, so we need I need interfacing, and then I want gacha machines. Okay. And we need another little container for, or no, not another little container, but we need another mold for buttons so that we can do some of the 1-inch buttons. And then I also want to do magnets, which just requires a different setup for the back of them, so that you can then we can put them on the fridge, which I think would be a lot of fun. Because like buttons are fun, but a fabric covered magnet for your fridge, even better. You also need some more acrylic keychain things. I should be dumping this into a note, but if you've been watching me for a while, you know it's not going to happen, and I'll just keep talking about it for the next 4 weeks until I actually order it. You all know you love me, right? Even if you've just joined me, you know. All right. This one just needs to be finished. It needs a handle, so it's waiting for its handle to get ironed and top stitched. Not all of these need that trimmed down on the fabric either, but a lot of them do. I do keep a good amount of seam allowance, obviously, so that you've got, like, it's not, in practicality, it shouldn't be fraying anyway. In truth, I keep it as some insurance. So even like this, I'm not worried about that much over the edge, because then it's like between the like fusible interfacing and the extra, the zippers really shouldn't fray out unless I guess the fabric actually wears out on top. So, or like extenuating circumstances, like a dog eats the zipper, which did happen last year. That was one of the repairs I did. By the way, if your item does get damaged by a critter, four-legged critter, meaning cat or dog, small rodents, whatever, something chews on it and destroys it, let me know and we'll figure out hopefully a solution for it. I much prefer you being able to use your bag than not. So part of the whole, this is far more sustainable to repair than not. It might take me a while, but I will get it done. It looks so gross outside. It's like gloomy outside today, which sucks. And then on one of the other topics that I'm going to ramble on for probably a few months. And I did tell Dallas this flat out with the whole moving around to the cutting table again. It's like, do you know what? We should do it sooner than like next year, because then I've got a settle in period, the live-in period, right? So that I know when we move stuff out to do the floors, I'll know if I need to move anything around. Anyway, the one issue we're running into is where to put the cutting table with that new fabric roll solution, because now the cutting table can't really go against the window. You know, and even if it could, I wouldn't want it to go against the. Well, do you know what? If we made the uprights taller, could like bolt it to the ceiling. Or not the ceiling, but the like header, I guess, above the window. Although I was thinking about it, I'm like, I don't necessarily want it out here either, because with the canvas where, like, if it's sitting in the window, it could cause fade. So I'd almost need to, like, well, I guess I could get a drape or something like that to go over the rolls. And that should protect them mostly. But, because it's like, it took me so fucking long to figure out a way to store these goddamn rolls. Like, it has taken me literal years. Because I think the first roll of fabric I got in as a surprise, they did not warn me that this fabric was coming as a roll, was in like late 2017, early 2018. I think it's 2018. And then, because we started developing late 2018, early 2019. There we go. Because we started developing the basement in... Really? Yeah, we started developing the basement in the old house in late 2018, early 2019. I was just looking through memories, so I know that's, yeah, October of 2018. That would make sense. Because I'd gotten these rolls of fabric, and I'm like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Because everything else I had received before that point had been folded. Yay, my supplier in Winnipeg. And like my cutting table at the time was only an IKEA table, so it wasn't even wide enough to lay the whole thing out on it. Anyway, kind of a moot point. But I have been like searching for a solution for these goddamn bolts for 7 years. Finally figured it out, and now we're gonna move my sewing studio back around again. Damn it! But actually, you know what? Doing it maybe as a frame in front of the window might work. Kind of sucks. Maybe we need to put the cutting table against the wall and then put my shelves around it somehow. Or we could maybe... I swear, I just got it settled. It makes sense. Well, it doesn't really make sense. Make more sense, maybe just leave their desk. I don't know. The whole thought process we had was that if we move the cutting studio back out, then the kids' stuff can go in the room and it kind of can all get closed up. And it separates my work away from stuff again. And then it's just a workspace again, which probably actually is easier. But it's going to be a pain in the butt until we figure it out. Because the other thing is we could swap the sewing station again. We're not going to... I'd never put the sewing machine against the window again because of the cats. It could go back out into the middle of the room maybe or something like that. Because part of what I was thinking then is it's like, okay, so maybe we stack shelves here again, sewing table or cutting table, basically where the ironing board is, move the sewing machine forward, and then you have like everything kind of lined up. But at the same time, I still like my little like zones. But in that case, then a lot of stuff could go towards the windows that's back here right now. And we could still use the walls then for storage. I don't know. Stay tuned. We'll figure it out. Dallas will figure it out. I don't think I have to, well, he might, yeah, he'll need input, but I'm going to mostly probably leave him to puzzle this out because he wants to move it around. No, I did tell him we can't touch anything till mid-February or October. Those are the two. Well, actually, not even October because we still have Shindig in October. But anyway, towards either of those two ends. At that point, it's almost worth it's October. It's almost worth just doing the floor at the same fucking time. Although, no, we don't want that expense before Japan. That expense after Japan. Because the floor is still perfectly serviceable. Anyway, we'll be whinging my way back and forth about that all summer probably. Or until whenever we move stuff. I do have to clear off the top of the dressers. Because no matter what, I do want to move them at least. Yeah, I need to figure it out. We also need to get some bins for the kids, like art projects and crafts from school as well, because they're kind of scattered everywhere, and I'm like, we should get you some bins. Not keeping everything, but there is very certain stuff that's like getting kept, like kind of the progression of our eldest's like signature, because I've gotten really good at it this year, and a few other things. Not everything, because my goodness, they come home with just like stacks of stuff sometimes, and I'm like, all right, well, the random coloring sheet you probably won't want when you're older. And we'll go through it again when they're older and they can decide what they want to keep. I am making a judgment call right now, and I'm like, I'm not expecting them to keep it all either. So I pared down all my university notes and everything like that the other day, like 6 months ago. And it's like, because it's like, I'm never going to look at my notes again. Like, even if I went back to school, I wouldn't be going back for an English thing. I don't think I would be going back for maybe more like technical sewing, or if I was doing university, like geology or something like that, that would be more what I would be interested in at this point. That would take an upgrade. I don't have the math grades that I needed, or physics or chemistry, I don't think either. But it's like I don't need my English notes, because the other part of this is if I were to go back in and even redo an English degree anyway, those notes are useless, because I'm coming at it from such a different perspective than 18 to 22-year-old Katie. So I did keep my honors paper, because that was a lot of work. I did a lot of good work on it, and I'm like, okay, that sticks around through all its multiple drafts, and it's only like, it's less than a binder full. Although at the same time, it's like, well, the kids will probably find that cooler when they're older. Maybe. I find it cool, so I'll have to get rid of everything. I'm just thinking of like, with my dad's passing, I am thinking of like what's got to get cleaned out of that house. And I don't think it's gotten any better since I moved out, so. I just need to get Dallas on board, because he's got boxes he needs to go through too. And it's like, I don't mind keeping stuff, but we have to like, and this has always been the thing, it either has to be useful in the next like couple years. Like, we've got toys for the kids that are older than what they can be using right now, and that's fine, we know. But A, we need to know where it is, which is part of the problem. And B, if we have it, it's either got to be useful or got to be on display. So rather than like sitting in a box somewhere just collecting dust. That's the annoying part. I say as I look at all the shelves of stuff that I have over there that I have not touched myself yet either. But that is the other part of it, is I get it. It's a lot of mental energy. It's a lot of like emotional energy. So, oh well. Actually, he is off, I think, the beginning of May. So maybe we'll sit down and we'll do some of it then. Because beginning of May is like, can still be fucking miserable for weather. Okay, we've almost got everything turned. On a work note, because, you know, this is not a decluttering live stream. We've almost got everything turned. I'm going to sit down and we're going to redo the zippers on these just so that they're done. Like I said, I don't trust that I'm going to get all of this done. I don't know what's going to happen. As I've mentioned in the last couple live streams, it's like Creekside is a nice, decent show, but it is not a show where I'm going to wreck my sleep schedule. Like some of my other shows. Well, okay. I'm not wrecking my sleep schedule for the show. I'm wrecking it for just scrolling, but you know. I'll get it. Yeah. Actually, finish turning these, and then we'll pop them back in the bin. And then we'll get those sewing, and then we'll get to ironing and top stitching, which is exciting. And as we iron everything, we'll split it up, as I mentioned it early on, but if you missed it, we'll split it up into piles that'll get white top stitching and piles that'll get black top stitching. Those are the two colors that we use. I use. We being the cat that's beside me right now, I guess. Okay, so that worked really well. Look at that. It's all contained, and now I don't have to like sort it out later. Ooh. Let this be the year that I actually get a scrap management process in place, please. Please, 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 please. Like, where can I move this? Because I'm just going to have to move it back in like 8 minutes. I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take me to fix these zippers. 8-ish minutes. Sorry. I was like... took a sip right as like I also swallowed the wrong way. Blah. Okay. Bin. Down. That iron is leaking all over the place, of course. Okay. You need to come clip on me so that you don't just listen to the machine rattle in your earballs. And yes, I did say that correctly. Earballs. Yes, we do need that. That's a receipt. For this year, no, we do not need that. That is a receipt for personal items. Okay. Now, it was this side, I think, that needed to be fixed, right? Yes. It's like all the way into the bag. God damn. Okay. Here, you need to skirt, my pretty. Pull the zipper pull up a bit more so it's out of the way. Ah, it just came off. Oh well, that's easy enough to fix now. Main argument for having it on before was that then, because this is a directional print, then the print is facing the correct direction. All right, let's go. Okay, now I don't want to have to redo a lot of zippers, so hopefully I don't pull them all off. But if we do, we'll fix them. Oh yeah, I can feel where you didn't get sewn. So I typically, basically what I'm doing is I'm pressing the presser foot against the zipper teeth. That's how I end up sewing my zippers in. Obviously it is not a perfect way to do it. We do end up having to redo some zippers, but like what, 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 72-ish bags, 69 to 70 bags, I'm whatever. I think that's a pretty good percentage. Still sucks, but like the amount of time that we save not clipping these in as well. Can you imagine having to clip in 72 fucking zippers? Ugh. No, I don't want to do that. I don't think you want to watch me do that. Unless you have some sort of kink about sewing clips or something. I don't know. If you do, please let me know. I've been trying to figure out if we can do a behind the paywall Patreon or something like that, or OF. I will salaciously like turn handles. That's something I still refuse to put online. There's just some things that don't need to be online unless they're getting paid for. And turning handles on the for these bags is one of them. Okay, we only have a few more to like turn. So, well, we just have those to turn. So I'm gonna plug the iron back in. Maybe. Okay, iron's plugged back in. We'll move this back over here. We are not popcorn. I don't want to be popcorn today. Yeah, this like iron is leaky. It's not a surprise because it's like I've mistreated this iron compared to their instructions. It's a Rowenta, and they're notorious for leaking if you don't follow their instructions to a T. It's fine. I've also had it for like 10 years now, and it's been put through its paces. And it is coming up on the end of life because the sole plate isn't heating up as well as it was. It's not even the leaking that bothers me, it's the sole plate. It doesn't stay as hot as long as it should as part of it. So, or at least what I remember it staying at a while ago. And realistically what I'll end up doing is it's just like you do that and then this will get downgraded to the household iron. Alrighty, now I'm going to start with handles because I feel like doing handles. Then we can move that box that's on the sewing table out of the way. And then we'll do the bags. It really doesn't matter what way we do this, but if I get the handles done, we can just chain piece the handles. Whereas the bags are this, like, no matter what you do, they cannot be chain pieced. At least with these. You can do it on the wedge bags and the tote bags, but not these guys. So. All right, now a couple of things I do with this. Okay, I'm gonna zoom you in. Come in. Oh, you are already zoomed in. Let's zoom you in even closer, and then I'll move you so you can actually see what I'm talking about. So one of the things we do with the handle now is that I make sure that as best I can, the seam is placed flat because it's not placed on either side. And then if there is a motif, I try and get it centered in the actual handle. So this one's pretty good. Just lift up the iron. Oh, steam might be a good idea. There we go. Now, same thing here. Is there anything I want to specifically highlight? Sometimes I put the seam up to the top. It depends if there's so there's a cat here. So I want to make sure that the cat on the top of the vending machine, that's right here, the cat's right here on the blue one, is, well, it's probably going to get sewn over in the seam, but we're going to leave it like that because then if it doesn't get sewn over in the seam, you have a cat. And by seam, I mean the boxing seams that we have to do to actually finish the bag. Okay, so there's the dark ones. The fish, there's not much going on there that we're going to be able to see, so we'll kind of concentrate more on this wave here. Probably could turn my steam down so I don't have to fill it as often, but we are ironing through. That's nice because the diamond is right in the middle. We're ironing through 2 layers of cotton and a layer of interfacing, so steam and heat are cranked. Welcome to your impromptu spa day. I hope you enjoy. Just gonna open this back this way so that I can see any chat that's going on. Let me know if you have any questions. Of course, I'm happy to help or try to answer. We've got 2 piles going on. That wobble is because I'm trying to balance on one leg. It may or may not be going well. I don't know why my ironing board is so wobbly today. Must be sitting on something it's not supposed to be. Who knows? Okay. Yeah, so in this case, the seam is really grumpy about being in the middle. That Chihuahua is really cute, although this one is probably better placed. So what I'll do is I'll just kind of turn the seam this direction, so it's still flat like this, and then you get to see the pop. And this is why we don't use the steam press for this. I did try, but in this case we need to use the iron because it's I'm pretty picky about how everything should look and come together. Also found that the steam press just kind of ended up pressing in wrinkles instead of pressing it flat. So I was like, all right, well, we'll stick with to the iron with this. Popcorn in the middle like this. The actual fabric is Pop Dog. But I'm like, no, that's totally popcorn. So clever. I almost missed it when I was like doing the fabric catalog. I'm like, no, we need to do popcorns. Okay, I'm gonna turn that this way so that, yeah, there we go. So this is like the fan with some florals. And then depending on how much it fights, I do typically do front and back as well, just because it's like, for sure, secure and ironed. This one could use a little bit of a roll. It's going to behave better with a roll. To that at least. Yeah, that looks good, I think. Or here. Ooh, there's Sushi Neko right there. There we go. And then that's got a pudding and everything like that too. Man, I am... craving pudding, that's for sure. Like, where am I going with that sentence? I don't know. It's like there are so many things I want to do right now, and I have to wait on so much of it. It's just, I think January is gonna hit big, or February. Actually, February is usually the month with the doldrums, and I don't know if it's gonna hit bad or not. Didn't hit too bad until about March last year. I think that was part of why April was like such a struggle, is because I was just like so not motivated. But yeah, there's like everything, it's all, we're ramping up to the slog. That's what we're at right now, of like, there's a lot to do, and I won't see the fruition of a lot of that until like next year. And it's like, goddamn long-term goals. And what I mean by that is, it's like, and I discussed this a little bit the other day, but whatever. It looks like we've got quite a few viewers. So if you're new to this, I am a runner. And I'm currently technically training for Kyoto 2026 in some ways, because I'm going to run Calgary Marathon in May. That's why the Calgary Marathon countdown at the top there. Training starts on Monday. I've got 1 week left of kind of lollygagging. Well, I've done pretty good with this, like, consistently. Not perfect, but that's okay. Doesn't need to be perfect. Anyway, yeah, but it's like, it's in service. I would never run Calgary Marathon normally, but it's in service of seeing, like, as another checkpoint to see where I'm at to train for Kyoto, because Kyoto has a time limit of 6 hours. When I ran my first marathon, I was 6:47. So the hope is that I've improved at least a minute per kilometer, and a bit in the last, like, because marathon would have been, for me, last year, a week ago. So hopefully I've improved my timing by that much in a year, and I think I have. But this is the check-in to see where exactly I'm at and what exactly I need to be doing to get faster. However, there's the factor of Kyoto was a first come first served marathon, and now they said that they went to lottery. I don't know if that was just like a mistranslation or what it was. Hey, we get the little slothy. So here's hoping that I even get in. And then that it's like everything else lines up, because here's the thing, I can do as much training as I want, but if I'm sick, no. If the weather's crappy, you may not. Like, there's so many factors in this, it's ridiculous. So, cat problems. If you're new to that, it's problems that really don't even affect me. Because, oh no, I'll have to go back and try Kyoto Marathon again. Go back for the business anyways, so But yeah, that's part of what's like, it's also like the waiting game, because it's like, I really want to go to Japan now. But A, I don't have my passport right now. And B, we are not in a position to go to Japan right now. So it's like, God damn it. Just waiting on everything. Waiting on like application news, waiting on like dreaded training to start, like just, I don't know. At least with the sewing I can, well, even with the sewing that's a little bit in a holding pattern because there's stuff I want to be doing, but we need to make sure that we've got large box bags, like, no doubt. So at least there's like some forward movement, but it's like I want to be sewing the Obi Travelers right now. And instead we're doing large box bags. Oh well. That is definitely a cat problem. Don't worry about me. It's just a cat problem. And if you're like, Katie, you're sure complaining a lot today. I know, I'm sorry. Apparently the doldrums have started maybe earlier than anticipated. I'm gonna actually try to sit. Yeah, I can totally sit and do this. There we go. Yeah. Doldrums. And doldrums are just kind of the like post-Christmas shitty weather kind of period of the year is what I find. I don't know if this is... Ooh, those Seigai Ha almost lined up perfectly on the back. I don't know if that's actually stitched white or black. Give me 1 second. It's one of those ones that is on the brink of finishing right now again. Hi, Kat. What are you doing? Are you quality control inspecting? Excellent. Those are important. You are... Why did I put those there? What am I doing? Why are you here? You should be in the thing. Well, that's good to find. It's a sock needle wheel. Oh my goodness, there's just a bunch of fucking scraps back here. Oh right, okay, yeah. Okay. So, I do know that there was a small box bag of Seigai Ha here that just needed the handle, so that's why we sewed this one, but I cannot for the life of me see it right now. So away it goes. So I'm going to put it in the clip bin, and we will find it when we tidy, obviously, but I'm not going to worry about it otherwise right now. Because I can't remember if I did white or black top stitching, and I would definitely need the handle to match the bag. So we'll just chill on that. This one's going to be black top stitching. So that's going to look good with the zipper as well. There's a nice little birdie right in the middle there. So high, definitely this direction for this. This also helps set the interfacing a little bit if it's a little bit loose. That's what I find. Yes, it's going to get sewn down as well, but the fusible interfacing will also help stiffen everything. So excited to go to Japan. I'm excited to take the kids for their first trip. Excited to take Dallas back for like his basically a renewal trip. He's been before, but it's been a long time, and we're in a lot different position than we were the last few times he's gone. So, yeah, because he ended up going 3 times with me in rapid succession. Because we did his first big trip in March of 2016. Which was, I think, he didn't know what to expect, and so it was too long. And then we did a fabric trip in November of 2016 and in 2017. And we're just in a lot better place, I think, now to be doing a bigger international trip. I think top of the list after this is Singapore, to be honest. We've also talked about Hong Kong, maybe. For like, because they have a big rugby tournament, and Dallas used to play rugby. They've also got Hong Kong Disneyland, which, that would be cool. Apparently it's the only one that actually has mountains around the castle, which is super cool. So, and we've got a friend that actually lives in Hong Kong, so. Yeah, that's the wrong sprayer button. It's like I need to recenter you folks. So give me 1 second and I'll move the zoom box, as it were. You need to be right about there. So that's more of the area that I can work in easily. Oh yeah, so on the note of goals, it's like subscribers, so we can monetize the channel, and I think I've got a plan for more or less how we do it, or at least how we attempt to do it. That's all I can do. Make a guess and go for it and stick with it, hopefully. Revenue goal that is like the same or 10% more. Very just kind of gentle growth, which would be good. And then the other goal is, and this is more like the 3-year goal, is to be able to actually go back to Japan every year. Well, I was actually thinking about it. It's like once a year, it just probably doesn't work with their schedule, especially if I've got to go with well, actually, once the kids have done their first trip, I can start going with them. Because Dallas, like, it won't be a factor so much with Dallas. Although taking kindergartners and such still makes for pretty full hands. But probably every 18 months is a better goal. That gives me the ability to like restock a little bit more often. Puts me in 2 different seasons for the fabric, which is kind of nice. Yeah. Long-term goals. We're going to actually put this in the black thread top stitching, I think, for the Segai half. I was like looking at, I put it into the white thread pile, and then I'm like looking at it, I'm like, no, I think black is better. I did ask Dallas, I'm like, do you have anything specific you want to do in Japan? Or are we just doing like the highlights tour, which is what I usually call it when it's just like go in and you do what everyone else does when they go to Kyoto, which is fine. I have zero issue with that. Because there's a reason why everyone does it when they go to Kyoto. And he's like, nope, highlights tour sounds perfect. His requests were food. He's like, I want to eat gyoza, and I want to eat okonomiyaki, and there was something else. I can't remember what it was. I'll have to ask him again. But it was just food. And I've already got the room that I want to book picked out, because it's got like a couch and stuff like that, so we can set it up for recording. So what I told him is what we'll do is we'll grab like the alcohol that we want to try, a beer or whatever like that, and we'll split it either between the 2 of us or between the 3 of us if our friend wants to participate. And then I figured what we'll do is we'll all grab 1 snack each, and that'll be like our nightly thing. I don't think we will live stream this. I think that's going to be like an edit together, or like edit and post sort of thing, but I'll figure that out. Maybe we'll do a live fabric tour or something like that. Although that's going to be hard with the kids. So I have a feeling we're just going to do recorded and post later stuff. So. I will later in the year be posting a postcard order a postcard thing, so you can like, I don't know, I still feel kind of sleazy about it, but I think it's super cute at the same time. And it will be a product of like, you can buy a postcard for me to mail you from Japan. I figured that's the easiest way to do it, because then you can like put in all your information. I'll have all the draft orders, and then it's just like, when I'm in Japan, I'll buy a postcard and send it to you from like Kyoto or Tokyo or wherever. Like, those will be the two options. I brought this up with Dallas the other day, and he was a little bit concerned that it was like something that would take away from like time on vacation with them. But I'm like, no, because like the hotel we're staying at in Kyoto is literally a 4-minute walk from the train station, which means that's also like a 6-minute walk from the post office that's right there. So I'm like, and the other benefit is I will already have, like, I'll close off orders before I go. So we'll already have the numbers that, like, I'll know how many I need and stuff like that. So I can go buy stamps, and then we'll just pick up postcards throughout Kyoto as we're traveling. And then I'll just make sure that they get, like, mailed. And I think, yeah, the selection will be if you want one from Kyoto, or you want one from Tokyo, or if you want one from both, basically. So. And then I just got to figure out what I'll write. It might be a little bit of history about whatever, why we were there, or something like that. So. That was hot. Ooh. All right. He's like, do you need a little spice on your hand? It's like, no. No, I do not want a little spice on my hand. Thank you. Okay. We need the thread snips out of there. And then that and that is for me. And the rest is for my friend. Whee! Scrap bins already serving their purposes. Woohoo! Okay. Little hedgies on gold. Black cats on red with wisteria. I really like this background colorway of this one. I liked it when they did the roses. I really like it with the wisteria. Okay, and then... Hello, Omar. How are you today? Sorry, I don't speak Spanish. Used to a little bit, but not anymore. Okay, actually I'm going to split these up into the ones that are white and black top stitch, because then that will inform how I'm top stitching those bags. Most of these are black. Okay, except for that one randomly. Lovely. Oh, the blue and pink one is white. Okay, that makes more sense now. Okay. Cats on wallpaper. Ooh, which one looks better? I think the other one was less obstructed. Yeah, there we go. What time is it? It's only 11:15. Excellent. I've gotten a lot done already today. Not necessarily work-wise, but like everything else, of course, as it usually goes. It's like I either have work days or I've got errand days, and today wasn't really an errand day. But it was like, okay. Chores, that's what it was. Had to do like clean the litter boxes a little bit more intensely than I normally do. Got all the old scooped bags out of the bathroom, because I don't always like going up through the house. Depends on what I'm doing, like when I've cleaned the litter box. Basically it's just like I cleared out the bin of old compostable bags. It's gross. But it's done. This one is tough because it's actually 2 pieces sewn together. I'm trying to like get it spread out so that it we need a stick. We need a stick. Come here, stick. Ow. That didn't actually hurt. I don't know why I said ow, but all right. There. Okay. Press it out. Press it out. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. And then we'll press out the other side as well. Part of it actually is fine. The other part of it is not. Okay. Maybe? Yes, there we go. Okay. Press this end and then we'll go in and we'll do the opening up on the other end and see if there's any more to get out. Which, yes, now that I look at it, there 100% is. And this is why I try to avoid having 2 pieces, because it's a lot of finagling at the end. Or in the middle, I guess, as it were. Worth it, but a pain in the butt. Like, because I definitely want this as an actual large box bag. Okay, I think that's as good as we're going to probably get. Problem being that there is now a warble there. So let's roll that a little bit just so it's like stacked nicely. Yeah, there we go. We will not put it in that way. We will put it in this way because it's less noticeable. There. Okay. Hey. Coffee. There's so much fabric dust on top of my coffee. Gross. Guess it's extra fiber. I don't know. Ooh, I want that fan right there. Okay. I like the strawberries in the middle there, so we're just going to leave it as is. White thread, cappuccinos. I totally missed the opportunity to call them cappuccinos. I don't know how. I'm like, come on, guys. You're always about, like, making jokes from English. Nyan Nyan coffee, for goodness sake. Okay, and then this is... So I saw stickers for this, and there is a registration mark, so I really hope this isn't, like, something that I'm not supposed to be making bags out of. And, like, or bags to sell, I guess, is the best description. It's like, okay. Oops. Sorry if it is. Just don't tell anyone, please. Yes, that's the running joke that I'm telling all of you fully on the internet right now. Anyway, why I was saying that is because there's also, like, I just saw stickers of it yesterday. I was like, what? What is going on? Is it, like, it looks like it could be maybe, like, a Nintendo game or something like that. From, like the Nintendo Cats or Nintendogs. But I don't know. I didn't notice it when I was there. Just picked it up because it's super cute. So more pup dogs. It's yummy. That definitely has to be on top. Oh, more popcorn. That's what it is. That's the running joke. Popcorn. Sloth needs to be pried to place as best I can. Ooh, this fabric's like, nope, nope, nope. I'm gonna fight you. Okay. Roll it a little bit. Yeah, there we go. What date is it otherwise? It's the 13th. Okay. Okay, so sometimes you lose the battle. Sometimes it's just easier not to fight it, and you're just like, all right, that sloth is going to be off-centered. There is a cat here. We are going to try our best to get it on top, as it were. So I think right there. Yeah. Also try not to get the seam too close to the edge either, because we're going to have to like sew these, right, still. So I'm trying to like balance placement with not having my foot wander off of the freaking fabric when I'm like sewing the top stitch. So last handle. Capybara in onsen. We totally need the one with the sake in the middle. And the little Beth capybara. Beth capybara. There we go. I admittedly don't know much about capybara except that they are super popular. And they have been for a few years. It's not like it's just suddenly come up. Japan has always had lots of really cute capybara fabric. So obviously they've always been fairly popular in Japan. All right, there is that adventure done. Now we go in and we do the actual box bags. Now the box bags actually happen at the nose, because then I can just drape them over and do it. I'm gonna fill up the water. It's 11:30. Am I hungry? Not yet. I will be in a few minutes, but I'm not there yet. Okay, so let's zoom you back out so you can actually see what the heck I'm working on. Or can I just turn you? No, it's a little bit too close still. Boom. Yes, there's more denim behind me. I know. There's so much denim. So let's zoom out there, and then we'll zoom in and move you up. There. I have so much denim because my Buy Nothing group was extremely generous. And then I ended up randomly stumbling across a whole bin basically of jeans on Facebook Marketplace, and I'm like, well, and it was $50. And I was like, well, I can't really turn that down either because I'll be set up for years. And yeah, we're set up for years. Well, sell me out. Sell me out. Get me. That's actually part of the reason I was telling Dallas that we should also move the shelves. It's like, if I'm going to Japan in February, I'm going to be restocking the shelves. And if we're doing the floors after Japan, it's going to be a lot more to pack up. So I'm like, let's move them this year. Not that I'm not going to have to pack them up to change the floors. But I'm like, at least we can shuffle everything around a little bit easier this year. All right, so what I do is basically I help peel back this edge as well as the interior edge, because the top stitch is aesthetic for me, but it is also serving to keep the zipper out of the fabrics, in part because I use fairly small fabrics on these box bags, and so that's why I want to keep it all contained in the bag so it's not consistently getting caught in the zipper. That's why I top stitch these bags. And then I go in and I do that line with an iron. It helps smooth out the fabric if we've wrinkled because it's been stored too long, stored incorrectly. Not incorrectly, but like messily, surprise. And so it gets rid of the wrinkles there. And then this actually becomes the center line so that I can align the exterior to the interior, or to the zipper, so that you don't have a wonky large box bag. I'm going to zoom back out. Not that far. You don't need to see everything going on. But you also don't need to be like zoomed in that close because this is a little bit larger format. I am going to take my rings off because they are rolling around on my fingers and being annoying. Alright, so open up. Iron should be on this side. It's always in the wrong spot. Doesn't matter what I do. We put it over the nose because then what I do is I brush down. You could use a tailor's ham or something like that too if you wanted. But I find that this works the best because honestly it's just flat. Ironing. If I were to iron the kato, which I find it doesn't make any difference, and it's a pain in the butt to iron the kato, I would still use a round tailor's ham for that. I tried. I promise I did try. No go. Alright, and then in this case, I zip it back up. I could technically do this line first, but I find that it is better to do it after the top stitching iron, because then the fabric has been like pulled away from that zipper and theoretically should be pushed into the bag mostly. Okay, good. 2 black top stitching. Because yeah, like I could lay it down, iron this now, but really the top stitching should push any of the excess fabric out of the zipper and into the bag. So that's why I do this step second. As much as a pain in it's not really a pain in the butt, but it is annoying to have to unzip and rezip every single zipper. That's the annoying part of this. So, but you know what? Oh well. Cat problem. Major cat problem, but a cat problem nonetheless. Well, yeah. Oh, I'm glad I went for my walk when I did, because it has gotten far windier outside right now. I also don't have to run any errands today, which is exciting. Just means I get to just work right through. And then until I go pick up kiddos. So that's nice. So the most disruptive is washroom breaks and lunch, which will be coming up soon because I can tell that I am getting, I'm not hungry, but I will be 100% just going to do something easy like canned chili, or maybe even just a can of soup. I'm not 100% sure yet. We had mushroom soup and grilled cheeses last night. Neither of them was too impressed by the mushroom soup. I'm like, oh, mushroom soup, like cream of mushroom soup, Campbell's cream of mushroom soup. And then I added a can of mushrooms to it to make it super mushroomy. Because I do find that the cream of mushroom soup mushrooms are small. So I was like, I want something a little bit meatier, kind of. Not as in actual meat, but like toothier, maybe is the better description. So, because I was like looking at what I was going to cook, and I'm like, and then I saw the mushroom soup and the mushrooms. I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. Alright, so this is going to get white top stitching, so we'll start the white top stitching pile. It also needs its zipper reinstalled. The zipper pull, not the zipper, the zipper pull. But we'll deal with that after we top stitch it. So. Okay, actually, yeah, we'll go up for lunch when once this container of water is out, because the iron is nearly out. We'll finish off this spray bottle of water, and then I'll go get lunch. I.e., we'll dry out the iron. Popcorn. Everything's rattling around. Oh yeah, I gotta dye the kids. Oh shit. Okay, I don't know how we're going to time that. Kids have crazy hair day on Wednesday, and usually we dye their hair. And I told them I was going to dye their hair, and I just realized I've got book club tomorrow night, which means that Dallas is gonna... Oh, the timing on it is tight. I probably could dye their hair. But, like... I don't... Yeah, I should be able to. Not that Dallas can't. But I have a very specific vision, especially for the youngest's hair, because we're going to do, like, a sunset kind of gradient. Don't worry, I just... Someone complained about this last time I was talking about it, but whatever, fuck them. It also took me a few minutes to figure out what the hell they were talking about, because they misspelled dying, and so it was like dying as in like perishing. And I'm like, dying children? What? I was so confused. Anyway, yeah, I'll have to do that right when we get home then. Okay, it's warming up again. Anyway, yeah, so the youngest wants orange hair. So I think what I'll have to do, I just use food coloring for it. We've done the, like, food coloring with conditioner trick and stuff like that. And I've looked at hair chalk, but all the complaints about hair chalk is it's not very vibrant. The conditioner with food coloring in it made their hair extremely soft, but none of the dye actually stuck. And really the food coloring is like washes out in, the majority of it washes out in one wash. And then the rest of it typically washes out within a week. A little bit different on my youngest because their hair is so light. But whatever. They're preschoolers. I'm not too worried about it. And I have zero compunction about it because it's like I consistently dyed my hair pink, and I'm still trying to figure out when I'm going to go back to dyeing my hair pink. I'm too scared to do it at home. I know that there's lots of people who are like successful with it, but I'm like, yeah, we'll go back to the salon eventually. Maybe one of the big like things that does make it harder is that with training, I'm typically washing my hair more. So the more you wash your hair, the quicker the dye gets washed out. Even with all the color treatment shampoos and conditioners and everything like that. So it's like, it's going to be more of a commitment if I'm training as much. But what I just realized is I could do the next couple of like marathon training sessions and then get it dyed right before Kyoto when it's like, and then I could have pink hair for the marathon. That would be a lot of fun. And then maintain it next summer because I won't be doing marathon training next year. That's for damn sure. I've already told Dallas flat out. I'm like, the most I'm going to train in 2026 after Kyoto is like train. It's probably a 10K, maybe a half, maybe, unlikely, but maybe a half. But it'll probably just be 5 and 10Ks. And just like, well, actually, it will be halves. Never mind. I keep saying this, and then I remember that, like, I'm also aiming for a 2.5 hour half, too, and I need to get that next year as well, if I don't get it this year. That, actually, a 2.5 hour half is run at a faster pace than the 5.5 hour half that I'm aiming for Calgary, so... But, and if you're like, Katie, what is it? Why a 2.5 hour? That's very specific. It is, because it's the proof of time for Disney. So previously their proof of time was 2:15, and that was kind of out of reach for me, or not something that I wanted to invest the time in. It's not like I couldn't get it. Just don't want to take the time for it. But the 2.5 hour would let me, like, basically what it does is it gives you a placement in the higher corrals at the Disney races. And so our next one that we want to do down there, as long as things aren't completely off the rails, is Fairy Tale Challenge in 2027. And so we need to have a proof of time when I think they can be submitted after you like get your spot, but I can't remember. We'll figure it out. But a 2.5 hour half also means that like I 100% can run, or should, barring extenuating circumstances, should be able to run a 5.5 hour marathon. So that's also part of the marker system. Is it's like we're gonna train for Calgary. All of that training pretty much is gonna be on the treadmill, because we are going to be heading into the prairie winter here soon, hopefully. Like right now, it's just cold and miserable. It's not snowy. We need snow. If you have a bunch of snow, please send us some. Send the snow, please. Because then I also don't feel so guilty training inside. But yes, we desperately need the moisture. So please send us some snow. Anyway, so like train for Calgary, that's going to give me a baseline for kind of where I'm at after another full year of training over last year. And then we're going to go through the summer. I'm going to keep training. I've got a 10K with road race in July because I love that race. And then we are signed up for the Red Deer half marathon, which it looks like it's a fairly flat course. Yes. And is in October, so I can do another full training. Like the training for that can happen over the summer, which is nice. It's a lot of outdoor running. And then we like basically go straight from that into Kyoto training. I will determine Kyoto from Calgary because the sign-ups are in July. Red Deer will basically determine what I'm going to do for my training for Kyoto. No, this one needs to be reset too. Okay, well that put that into timeout. Bye, bag. We'll see you later after Creekside. Yeah, it's like, so Calgary will determine if I even apply for Kyoto, and I'm like, if I'm in spitting distance, which means like if I'm 6 to 6:15 in Calgary in May, I will apply for Kyoto because I should be able to gain that time. That's also like, again, weather dependent as well. I think I can do a 5:30. My goal being like, I always do range goals because then it's a little bit easier on me typically. Mentally, maybe not physically, but mentally. And so the range is like, what I want is 5:30 to 6 hours. I'd be really happy if I was sub 6. If I'm slightly over 6, whatever. There's, like, again, so many factors that determine your time that aren't, like, personal training factors either. So, who knows? Anyway, ramble. We're going to run. There's going to be so much running. So much running. It's not even funny. I don't know why. Like, ugh. Why am I doing this? It's the goddamn medal in Kyoto. That medal's so pretty. Actually, I wonder what Calgary Marathon medal looks like this year. The half medal from last year was really nice. And I really did. So for Calgary in future, I'm like this. Unless I'm doing some sort of like, I gotta get a marathon train in again before a big race. Like a year out. I will probably continue to run the half in Calgary. Yeah, either the 10 or the half. I'm not 100% sure, but the half was a nice course. So it's definitely flatter than Canmore. Canmore was brutal. It was like you went up and 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 up. And that's not a big deal. Except that it was like rolling hills. So you're going up and you're going down. And you're going up and you're going down. And you're going up and you're going down. It was like 300 meters elevation change in 21K. The big issue being as well that there is no elevation change in the first like 11 to 12 kilometers. It's all between kilometer 12 and like 18. Up, down, up, down, up. Oh, that's miserable. And honestly, it's a good thing that I hadn't run it before, because if I'd run that like in 23 when I was training for Dopey and just like I challenged myself to the half in Fernie, which was brutal enough for elevation change because it was 100 meters and it all happened at once basically. Yeah, Canmore would have been so defeating for me in 23. So still kind of like ugh last year, but I survived. I am really thinking that I want to go run their 5K, I think, this year. They just opened up signups. Because it is just flat. It's actually flatter than my normal 5K route in Cochrane. Because here we have a decent incline, about 40 meters, right when you end your run. It's like, really? I guess I shouldn't know better living in the foothills, right? Ugh. Oh well. The other thing that I'm not going to be advantaged with is that Kyoto is also not any lower elevation than here. It's about the same elevation. I'm like, okay, not that I've ever noticed a big difference in my actual like sea level pace. So definitely race pace, but not sea level pace. Alright. This is going to be the last bag for this tank, which means it is lunchtime. So if you need to go grab any food or some favorite beverages, or you need some wine to listen to my whining and my cat problems, I'm not judging. I would if I had it in the house right now. Now is the time. So we're going to unplug the iron. I'm going to fill up that spray bottle, get some lunch, and then we'll come back down and we will continue ironing these. I'd say we're about a third of the way in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 out of 75. Oh yeah, we're not even 20% in. Woo, definitely not a third. Okay, let's get this done. See you in a bit. All right. For better or worse, we're back. I did not have chili. I ended up having an apple and marble cheese because I was like, I'm hungry, but I'm not like substantial food hungry. Terrible. Meh. Not terrible. It's listening to what I actually want. As long as I don't like go and overconsume at dinner, right? So we're good. Alright, so back to the bin. I'm gonna just pull a bunch out and plop them here, and we're gonna go from this pile because I don't know. It's just what we're doing right now. Well, in part because it'll actually keep me a little bit warmer. It'll act like a blanket, which will be nice because it says that it's warmed up to 0, so that's good. Because when I went out for my walk, it was -7 plus wind chill. So I think it was saying that it was about -11. So not like puffy jacket weather, but definitely bundle up weather. So I had my big ski mittens on this morning. That was a good move. And like my cooler fall day jacket, hat and a shawl. My torso wasn't cold. My legs were a bit cold, but I was wearing leggings, which kind of figured would happen. So am I ready to go back to bed? 100%. Okay, and then... So where were we at? 17 out of what, 70? Oh no. Oh yeah, but we did punt that one because it's like, the zipper's not in. So... we're down to 69 again. Haha. Sweet. That will never not be a funny joke, I don't think. Okay. So this is exactly the case in point. That lining tried to get up into the teeth here, so we're going to repress it so it doesn't do that. Not oppress it. Re-iron it down. And then should be good to go. We'll double check it before I do up the zipper because yeah, so it's still in there a little bit. So we're gonna roll it down again and we'll press it from this side. So what's happening is it's a cotton linen blend on the exterior. And so it's got more body, even when the lining has the interfacing on it. So it's a little bit extra convincing that it actually does want to go in to the bag, not to the zipper. Good fabric. Down there like that, please. Honestly, you weren't folded in half properly. There we go. That's better. Okay. And that's in black top stitching. Alright. On here. So this is, we have had the long-tailed tits before. But this is like, they're a little bit, there's fewer of them. The motif is a little bit larger motif. Still super cute. A little bit chiller, calmer, maybe. Might be the better description. But I really like how they pop against, like the blue that they decided to put them on is really nice. And then there's these little like red berries that kind of pop as well against the blue, and like the little birds are carrying them and everything like that. It's a really good little, it's just a nice chill wintry kind of fabric. I don't know. I think it's like, I don't know why I'm saying it's wintry, but it gives me winter vibes. I think between the like the blue of the background, and then there's these little fluffy kind of snowflakey pom-poms scattered amongst the birdies. So that's what I'm gonna go with. White top stitch. Where did I put I think the birds I decided needed to be a white top stitch, right? Yes, there it is right there. Oh, this is such a good fabric, and I think this is definitely the last large box bag out of this crane with peonies. Chrysanthemums. Sorry, they're chrysanthemums. And then I think there's a Kato left for later this year. Oh, and maybe some tote bags, so never mind. It's the last large box bag. There we go. That's the best description of this one. Last large box bag. But it's like such a good background color. And this peony color here is my absolute favorite. Like pink color. So... So what else do we need to do for these? These will need twill tape cut for them. And then we'll need to do twill for them. Which for basically the ends so that we can open and close the bag easier. And then we'll need so top stitch, and then they get turned back again so that we can like put those in. So I guess as we're once we're done top stitching, we'll trim all the handles apart. That's when we decide if they're getting like the off-white like ivory color or if they're getting a black pull tab. And then we can trim them and like clip them to the handle because that seemed to work the best last time. Honestly, we could do that now. So I definitely top stitched them last time. Maybe, actually, we'll do that now. And then once these are all top stitched, they get turned again, and those get clipped in. And then we go in and we sew the ends And then we box them. And then we sew the boxes. And then we turn them again and finish them. Not too much left at all. If you're hard of hearing or that didn't come across, that won't have come across in the captions, that was sarcasm. It's yeah. We're not even halfway yet. I never actually know what the halfway point on these bags is. Man, I can't believe. So it's like there is some of the older fabrics mixed in here, but honestly, a lot of these are like also the medium older fabrics. That being the stuff that I bought in like November of 2022, and it's like insane how much we're actually using up here. And actually some of the stuff that was bought in May of 23 as well is like, we're like on the end of it already. So that's awesome. That is not even a cap problem to have, because oh no, I have to go back to Japan for more fabrics. Yeah. I'll take it. It's awesome. Bunnies on pink, I think. So obviously we've got this, and then I think we decided that the other cut, the back cut of it, was going to become either a kato or maybe a tote bag. I think it will work as well now. So got a couple options there. If I find it in a pile and I'm dissatisfied with it being there, we can always swap it. It's not a big deal. Actually, no, it's not a tote bag because I just need to. We've already got a tote bag in the works. Literally just need some canvas sewn to the bottom of it. So, yes, after this, let's work on some of those. It just needs this. It just needs that. There's only one more step to finish this one. As long as it's like not something where it's like, okay, now we gotta like construct a handle and a bunch of other crap, because there is also those ones, but I think we actually sorted out a lot of those. Like, there's only one thing left here to do, right? I think it's one of the bins that's still left in the cutting studio right now. I'm gonna do that with white top stitching. Yeah, I think it's one of those square IKEA bins. Actually, that would be one of the nice things about having the cutting back on this side, is that it would just contain everything in the same area. So there should, in theory, be less loss of things, because you don't have to like carry it back and forth between rooms, technically. And the nice thing is that we don't actually have to cut any, well, all of the exterior fabrics have been chosen for the kato, which is the next thing, like, kind of have to rotate again. I know we discussed kind of doing more of a more bag variety, less, like, so do only 25 large box bags, do 25 small box bags, do 25 kato, but obviously that's not how I'm starting out the year, at least. I don't know how I'm going to do it exactly this year, but I think rotating through each bag type was still the best way to do it, maybe. I don't know. Definitely keeps you, like, As much as I'll hit that wall of like, holy fuck, this is a lot of bags, there is less task switching, which is an efficiency thing too. So I'm like, Obviously, we're starting out exactly how I was last year, so who knows if I'll change anything this year or not. I think the next task should be to clear some of that stuff in the sewing area, though, or in this cutting area. And then I want to clear out some of the stuff that's like, it's not nearly done, but it's cut and ready to go. So we need to sit down and do a day of sewing of it, and then we'll have a good enough amount to also launch it, which is the other big part of this. So, because here's the thing, I don't like launching products with like, in this case with the bags, I don't like launching products with like 3 bags. No. I usually like to try and aim for like between 15 and 25. Is that maybe an overcommitment? Yes. Am I going to continue to do it that way anyway? Yes. Whatever. Mostly worked. Hasn't totally backfired in my face, at least. I think this Sushi Nico restaurant's in the black pile, right? The blue and blue? Yeah, the blue and blue is in the black. Okay. It's one of the ones that's already been sewn, so we don't need to actually sew the handle. We just need to top stitch the bag. So that's why I want to make sure that the top stitching on the handle is matching the top stitching on the bag, which is why we're not moving forward with the Segai Ha small box bag, is because, or for the handle for it, because I did not find the bag, so I don't know what I top stitched it in. I have a feeling I top stitched it in black, because that's my natural inclination. Well, it wasn't the natural inclination for this one, but that's what I eventually put it into. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. Actually, now that I got these bins here, I can sort out the scraps that I randomly discovered. Surprise. On the work surface. I'm like looking at this desk and I'm like, okay, am I actually using it, or is it just becoming a pile? And it's mostly just becoming a pile, but it's also like, if I get rid of it, what do I do for like stuff that does need to kind of go into timeout and things like that? So I'm wondering, in some ways, if I should get rid of the desk and just do another like cart or something like that. I'll figure it out, but that can be part of what I figure out maybe with the whole moving everything again. I do. Down to the point of like, it's probably best to actually move the sewing station again. I'm back on like, what are we going to do to make the cutting studio happen? I do like the idea enough that the cutting studio come out here. I think the stacked might be the best. So like, cutting table behind me again. Rolls on this back wall. The fabric shelves may be right here, and then we move the sewing table either forward or we put it back over in the corner over there. Doesn't mean that everything behind me has to be moved. Pretty much. That's not enough storage space for like the fabric probably, but it would make it easier to load and unload the rolls, at least, because that's another factor now, is that loading the rolls on that rack is a pain in the ass. Holy fuck. Like a 2-person job with that roll of lining, probably. I should have waited for Dallas to be home, so I didn't hurt myself this time, but that doesn't mean it won't happen, sort of thing, right? So I did tell him that next time I'll wait until he's home to get help swapping out the rolls, because holy shit. Because it's just like, it's not that I can't lift the rolls, but with the manipulation of trying to get the rod into the cutout, and or trying to get like manipulate the rod, or like either manipulate the rod into the hole and into the roll, or manipulate the whole roll with the rod, like lifting it so that you're trying to shove this rod into this hole. That could be said for many things, but yeah, it's like really difficult. So what I would need, and it would be easier if it was like opened on both ends, you could like put the rod in, shorten it, put the roll on. No, you can't even do that. I gotta figure out maybe a rigging system to be able to pull the rod out from the, anyway. It still works way better than anything else I've done, but I do need to figure out a way to load and unload it. Well, load it easier. Part of it would be easier to be able to walk behind it and like just load them on the bottom, because the interfacing can go on the top easily enough because it's not like super heavy. Even when it's a full roll, it's like awkward, but it's not 65 pounds of awkward. I actually went under my cutting table and like hefted it up from the bottom, and that worked decent, but it's not a long-term solution either. Thankfully, we don't have to change those rolls very often, in theory. Based on my last few years of numbers, given that we're nearly through that roll of interfacing that we started in, July, I foresee us having to change these rolls a lot more often. So. Yeah, folding desk might work. I did tell Dawson I'm thinking that I want to thin the cutting table down a little bit, because I bought it with the thought process of like, so it has to stay the same width, but I'm thinking maybe going down a little bit. Oh, you mean for like this thing beside me? Ooh. Like one of those IKEA cabinet-y things. So that we can fold it up and down for like days like today where we're going to need a space for all of these. Yes. I don't know. Because like we need a spot to be able to set the hardware and things like that when I take it off the pegboard, right? So that's why I'm like, well, maybe I just need a cart. Honestly, a cart would just probably be a good way to store the frickin' hardware if I actually was thinking about it. Although my dream storage plan for the hardware is like one of the rolly racks from Canadian Tire. Two things stand in the way of that. A, I don't need that much hardware, so I dream about it, but it's too expensive for like only using. Well, I guess I'm overflowing my current one, but anyway. It's not necessarily something I want to spend the money on again, right? Not that it's too expensive. It's the right price for what it is, but I don't know if it's the right price for me. But it would roll around, which would be kind of nice. But the other thing that's standing in my way is kids messing around in the hardware, because they love to mess around in the zipper. At least we figured out the cord reel, which is nice. So that'll work for that will work for the zippers, which is good because we have more zipper tape coming eventually. And those will end up on this rack behind me again no matter what. I'm going to Velcro zip tie them to the actual rack as well so we can just pull off of them. Yeah. Folding desk. Part of me is also like, I don't want to spend much money on this, especially because it's like, okay, the whole point of it is to try and kind of live with it for a bit to see what needs to happen again. I am thinking that moving the sewing studio like section back across the room might be the best option. Really wish the cats would not. I guess what I could do is I could still put it against the window because that would still be the best option. And then I just have to be extremely cautious about checking that the cats haven't like wandered across. Oh, I can see it. Okay. I think I see it. What we'd end up doing is this corner desk would go back in that corner again. Put the sewing machine under the window, like what I dreamed about when we were buying this house. And then just take the thread off every time. Because why we moved it away from the window is that the cats walked across the sewing machine. And then I went to sew, not checking the thread, because I was like, well, why would I need to check the thread, right? I didn't even think about it, but they had walked across and pulled the thread and it got into the hand wheel. So that's why my slight hesitation to put it under the window. But if I were to just pull the thread off every time, because I was like, well, I could do a cover, but no, just pull the thread. Just part of maintenance every day or whatever. Then we wouldn't have to worry about the cats getting thread in the hand wheel, because that's the main detractor from it being in the window. But then I would also have a shit ton of natural light for streaming. And a nice, like, face full of sunshine. Or like, the blinds being closed, I still have, like, lots of light. And then what I brainwaved is then the sewing, or the cutting table could still come here and go on this wall to the left of me. And then the rolls are easy to load on and off from inside the room. And then the last issue is where the fabric storage goes. I love having the walkout basement, don't get me wrong, but honestly, I miss the storage of a full basement. Also, I still don't understand how this space is so much smaller than our previous basement. I think they took up a lot of room by doing the outdoor patio, which is nice. But at the same time, like, yeah, I should make it an all-season patio. We should maybe get, I've talked about this before too. Maybe we should get screens or something, or like build it in kind of and make it more for a season. I know Dallas wants to do privacy walls this year, so that'll be one of the things. Anyway, so swap the sewing side back across, because now I have a solution for the cats. I have the mental space to think of a solution for the cats, because that's the only issue with that. And then I have that nice big window in front of me, which would be way nicer than the big window in front of my cutting table, because being in front of my cutting table, I have to worry about the fade potential on the rolls. And then we put this shelf would have to move, and then the pegboard things would have to move again as well. The slat wall hardware storage back here would have to move back, because I do like having it right here in the sewing zone. Or I'll get a rolly cart for behind the sewing machine. We could, like I said, I could actually just do another Michael's cart, or revamp one of the ones I currently have, and we could just put the bins in it and basically make a hacked rolly cart. Yeah, I'll talk to Dallas about that. I think I like that idea. And then, like, fabric storage can be across the room. That's not a big deal. We could still utilize the wall. I'm looking, like, it's like a TV wall with the storage dressers as well. And it's still, like, maybe I don't even keep this corner desk. It might just need to go down to one of these IKEA desks or something like that. So basically just up what I have right now and move it over there. Pivot the sewing machine so that we're facing the window. Which does kind of suck because people can sneak up behind me. But people can sneak up behind me in the cutting studio right now. If you saw the jump scare that Dallas gave me a few weeks ago. Anyway. And then, yeah, the folding desk is a good idea still. Again, what I should do, I've seen people do this, is I should make a little room mock-up and then cut the, like, or even just do it online. There's probably apps for it. Like, lay everything out sort of thing. Because the SCADAs that we have up here are super useful because it keeps all the labels, it keeps the leather. I've actually got the twill up there right now, which is super useful. So, like, everything's out of the drawers, because this is one thing that I'm, like, kind of on, is the fact that I will have to put doors on the fabric. But that's fine. Whatever. We're going to leave the obi and kimono in the closet in there, though, because it's too useful to be able to hang it. I think it's still the better storage way. Although, realistically, if I wanted to, I could still retake one of these shelves and we could have it out here. So, we'll figure that out. But for now, the closet is still where we're going to leave that. And then I can close it and I can lock it from the kids. Just with one of the, like, toddler locks. What was the other big thing? The other big thing is, like, how many shelves we even would need to move out here, because keeping some of the shelves in the back there for the kids is also a good idea. So, like I said, trying to do it without spending any or very little money. And then, like, in the next 6 to 8 months, figuring out what exactly needs to be done. I would really like to change this shelf unit behind me into, like, kind of this is where we store the whip bins. Not the active ones like this, but the, like, that square bin where we decided that's where I decided everything that was, like, almost done goes and stuff like that. Although right now it's actually doing really well as, like, the cricket storage and the leather storage. So I'll take it. Kinda. I joined a group on Facebook, and it hasn't been very inspirational yet, but I have a feeling it will be. And it's like sewing room organization. So someone just built themselves a studio. It's like 1,400 square feet. I'm like, that's nearly as big as our house. I'm like, I'm jealous. If I thought that I could get away with it, I would honestly probably move this out into the garage. But my biggest hesitation there is actually rodents. And, like, how do you seal that against them? Because we do have the garage door. So, I guess you take the garage door out. But, yeah, no. It's also, I think, about the same size or smaller than this as well. So, not much point in that one. Oh, this is such a good fabric. I did not realize it, but the cats are, like, patterned with, like, newsprint, kind of. It's like a bunch of jumbled words and everything like that. Alright, we're getting... Actually, yeah, I can see the bottom of the bin. Okay, yeah, that settles that in my brain pretty good. So we got a couple options for this corner desk then. We can put it in the corner under the TV. Or we can put it in the corner where the sewing machine used to be. Or we can punt it. I would probably move it around and figure out if I needed it. I do need a table for the serger, which is on actually one of the IKEA desks that's just here. And I need a space. So I need a space. I don't necessarily need a table. It doesn't need to be permanent, but it needs a space to be used. Although granted, a lot of the time I just end up using it on the this sewing table right here beside the machine. But I do like having it up on a table. So table or desk for that, as well as for like the domestic machine if and when we use it. Oh, my youngest, speaking of the domestic machine. So my youngest is, like, machine focused. They love machines and robots, and they always want to, like, pretty sure it's mostly driven by they want to understand how things work. However, that is very disruptive to me working, because they come up and they pull the thread that's running between the bobbin thing and the bobbin. And then they pull the thread out of, like, right out of the needle the other day when I was working. And so I'm not proud of it, but that was definitely all right, like, get out of here. Not a hit or anything like that, but definitely a great big bellow. Because in part it's like, I don't want you getting hurt by the machine because there's all the moving parts of it. And in part because it's just like, they've been pushing buttons all week and I've had zero patience. So a bad combo. But we had a discussion about it afterwards because they actually do listen once we're both calm. And they apologized, and I apologized too, because I was like, I felt like shit. And you could tell that they didn't feel good about it either. So we decided that, even though they're fairly young, we're going to basically turn the domestic machine on and throw some fabric under it, and they're going to try to sew. Is it going to work? Probably not. Will they be able to be a little, like, body double? Yeah, and I think that's what they're looking for, is they want to feel connected. So I'm like, how can I do that when when I need to work and they need to be here for me to work? So I think that's what we're going to do. So I do want to set up a little desk space for them as well. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach them that it is a foot pedal, but we'll have it up on the desk as a hand pedal, because then they can sit at a desk like this and reach it. So I'm like, if we're moving their desks, that doesn't work. And they would still need to be supervised. They're 3. So it's like, that's also why I'm like, it's not going to like necessarily be a long-term solution, but they're interested. So it's like, okay, maybe try to leverage that. And who knows where it would lead. So we need a space for that machine, and we need a space for the serger. I think that's the big thing I need to do, is I need to figure out what we actually need to keep around and where it needs to be kept. We are totally moving this room around in mid-February, aren't we? Damn it. That's okay. I'll pin down the plans, and then we'll do it on one of the weeks that Dallas is home. Actually, he's home the week after the retreat, so that is the best weekend to do, or the best week to do it. And then he can help me heft furniture around. It's easier to move the shelves around with the carpet, like at least the calyx and stuff like that. Maybe not this one behind me. This one behind me does actually have casters, so although when you put the casters on, it does reduce your weight limit. So I'm like, it wouldn't be super useful until we have hardwood in here, or laminate, or vinyl, a harder floor. You needed your zipper fixed. Damn it. Okay. Timed out. This one too. Interesting. These zippers, and not just the zipper tape, really fought us this time. Lovely. Apparently, Flynn was slacking in his quality control inspector duties. He's asleep on the desk right now. Actually, yeah, nope. Right, we did discuss this about the cutting table. It wouldn't go against that wall, because then you would end up with, I would be casting a shadow over the table all the time. So that was one of the things we weren't going to do. But that doesn't mean that it can't go on the wall behind me, especially if we're moving that shelf. And then, yeah, because the hardware slot thing would already have to move. Okay. I think that's a big... Yeah, okay, this is the question. Is it actually a big enough wall? Yes, I could go get a tape measure, but my phone is accurate enough for, like... Will that work? No, that's not where I want it. Where's the corner? It's like, that's... The shadow is the corner. No, it is not. It's right there. That's close enough. Oh yeah, there's more than enough room. So it's about 9 feet. $10 feet probably. I think it's actually an 11-foot wall. But like, that's what I mean about accurate enough. So if the bolts or the rolls are 6 feet on average, like 6 to 6.5, because of I think the canvas is 75 inches. So that's actually perfect, because then there's 2 feet on either side to be able to load them in and out. keep it pulled away from the wall. So it would mostly line up with the window that's right here. And then the roll holder would go behind. Yeah, I think that works the best. And then we start the fabric storage on this wall here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. And what I mean by start is then the overflow would go... God, it's tempting to just do like freestanding calyx, but then we'd have to do some sort of backing. Well, I guess you just get some backing board. Oh yeah, and that's part of why I don't want to spend too much on it, is because we're already gonna have to like buy wood to make doors for the actual like fronts at least. At least I did find a really good hack for it, so it should be fairly straightforward for Dallas to put doors on them. Hopefully. We'll find out, I guess. It's like, this hack is easy, and then it turns out to be like the worst or hardest thing ever. I did actually, in our old place, have the units up on little legs. But the hack that I'd seen that did that, it looked really good. And it also did provide some protection, because being down in the basement, of course, if you have any leaks, there is a high potential that everything just comes into the basement. But, anyway, the person who had done the hack was obviously not storing fabric in these shelves, because mine got so swayed from doing that. So that was just like, okay, never mind. Alrighty. Okay, well that actually figures out the two big things first. Look at me actually like flipping figure it out, and we'll be moved around next Monday or something like that. It wouldn't actually take us that long to do at least the functional part of it, and then do the details in February. Well, there's a lot of... I still gotta put our Christmas decoration boxes away, but I'm like, I haven't taken down all of our Christmas decorations yet. Because it was like the tree had to go. Oh my god, it was a fir this year, and it could not hold onto a needle to save its life. Now, did I water it enough? Probably not. But for some reason, or somehow, the tree portion that was in the truck still had like all of its needles and looked way healthier. Like, is it because you're basically in a fridge? Or like a semi-fridge state? It must be. But anyway. Firs are just... Oh, they've got so many needles. It's like... And I took it out 2 weeks ago. And even with like super diligent, like... I vacuumed... And I swept and like all of this, and there's still like probably hundreds of needles in the house. Anyway, long story short, I have not touched I have not touched the rest of the decorations, because I'm also like, I'm one of those people who likes their decorations up later, like into the new year. Because it's still dark outside, and blech, it's wintertime. But the kids are like ravening for them to get down. So I think I'll do our, we'll do at least the fireplace and like our stockings that are very obviously Christmas. And I should just take everything down, and then I can just put it all away. Yeah, probably the best option. Need to figure out how to like put some twinkly lights up for wintertime for the next little bit. Because I was like, I could leave the garland up with like, but then I would want to take all the little like decorations off of it and stuff like that, because they're not very winter. They're definitely like Christmas, right? No, oh my god, there's a lot of them. Okay. Okay, that pile... I guess... Okay, those are just... Yeah, those are the timeouts. They'll get finished later, but I really want that dog print. Yeah! Why is it the dogs? Why the dogs? Anyway. Okay, so maybe we'll go in and we will... Fine, we'll go in and we'll redo the zippers on the ones that I find. do really want that print. Yeah, so I think the big question for that move then will be, where do I put this desk if I keep it? If I could guarantee myself that I was going to keep it tidy, I would keep it. But that's the thing, is it's just kind of collected everything. Yes, we need a surface for stuff, like stuff in service, basically. But it's another surface to tidy up. I think that's where I'm at with it. I don't know. It was also one of those things that I had when I still had like a desktop when we first moved everything down into the old basement. So we actually had two when we moved because they were in service to us. And then Dallas is like, well, I don't want to be down here anymore. I want my office upstairs. It's like, okay. So we sold the first one. And then the desktop was no longer working for what I needed it to work for. So now we've got the mobile laptop, which honestly works just as well or better than the desktop ever did. So please stay on. I really don't want to have to reset a bunch. Thank you. We do already have to put one zip pull back on, but we're doing pretty good overall. Come on. Thank you. To refill the reservoir one more time, it sounds like. And then we'll be able to finish off the bags today and actually start the top stitching. I think given the amount of time, we will probably be able to do all the top stitching today as well, or at least a good chunk of it before the kids get home, or I have to go pick up kids. Make it sound like the kids are like autonomously getting themselves home. No, I have to go pick up the kids. Yeah. Whee! All right. One last full tank and we should be done. I hope. I don't want to fill it again. Please don't make me fill it again. Like you guys have any sway over how much water my iron uses. zipper storage. Actually, if the shelf is moved, it zipper, like the number 5 zippers that are all colorful, and then that shoe storage could probably go in they could stay in the shoe storage, and then we just hang the shoe storage off the shelf. Yes. On whichever end is like exposed. I did that before with the, I actually hung the pegboard off of it when we were facing it, like before it was behind me, when it was against this wall, and I was facing it. I actually put the Scatus on it, and that actually worked extremely well. I liked that. Because it held a bunch of the I need to grab these tools stuff and things like that, so. Actually, I guess one of the ways that I could still leverage the whole I can see out the window but not have people back creep up on me is I could put my back to the corner and still face out into the room technically. Although that feels like I would be like, yeah, no, I don't like that idea. Never mind. Who's actually sneaking up on me? Yeah, the cats. Dallas when he's home. Ooh, jump scare. God, these googly-eyed little cats with their crowns is like, ugh, it's so good. They're just googly-eyed, like just like, whoa, catnip. I don't even know. This one's installed okay. I'm waiting to pay my business license again. So I guess the other thing is like what would I need to coordinate to actually move this sewing machine back into that area? I mean, definitely got to get the Christmas boxes back into the storage room. That's like priority number 1, because that actually will free up a ton of floor space. Maybe to the point of that's something that I do tonight when the kids are home. And then my desk can move out. And it's just the cat tree left there, which we would leave a cat tree over there because they enjoy being in the window as well, for obvious reasons. It's also got a heating pad at the top, so it's where Dahlia usually sleeps. So if I can't find her, it's where I look, like, upstairs and stuff like that. It's like, alright, by the power of deduction, she's probably on the heating pad. So yeah, so there's that. And then, so then the sewing machine moves underneath the window. That's pretty straightforward. Because this is the section that we need to move around first before we moved any of the shelving out. And any of the shelving even behind me, just to make sure that like I actually like it. That's the low committal gotta do sort of thing first. And then what else would it be? Maybe that. will fill the stock dressers back up in February. That'll be like the 1 month where they actually get out of their suitcases and back in their drawers. So they still need to be accessible. Bins for the kids' stuff. I need to hang my medals and my bibs that I've been lazy about from races. That's because it requires a stepladder and I don't always have the stepladder down here. And when I think of it, I'm doing something like this where it's like, well, you're working, so don't go get it now. You're already distracted enough. What else? And then, yeah, so there's that. A lot of it's just tidying up. And then hopefully I would find my cake winder finally. Probably not. And then I guess the next thing would be just like condense the shelving onto the same wall maybe for now. And then move the fabric out. And then see if we require more shelving out here or not. I don't think we do right now. We might in future when I have more fabric again. But right now, probably not. And then the big one to move that'll be a fucking hassle is this chrome shelf behind me. Or was I saying it would move? It needs to move over by the sewing machine. Because then that's where we would put the zipper and everything like that. Okay, so what I'm seeing right now that would work really well is like the sewing machine goes almost smack in the middle of the big picture window. This desk actually goes into that corner again where it was originally and had been for quite a while. The hardware goes above it where it was before. Dolls might have to patch and redo the walls, but whatever. And then this shelf goes where the TV is right now, basically. This one. Because then we can just pull the zipper down and across the desk and just like have markings on the desk for how long the zippers need to be. That's actually would be perfect. Keep that desk tidy, but that is where we can put the hardware and stuff like that. And then have a second table under the other smaller window beside the sewing machine for like the serger and the domestic. And then the stock dressers wherever the fuck they fit. Maybe even in the storage room, who knows. Yeah, I think that's come together the best. And then the cutting table behind me on this long wall with the roll holder behind it and the first set of storage fabric here. Only thing that has to move that's a pain in the butt. That's moving and basically it will not go back up probably. I know dolls will hate that, but no. It is a pain in the ass to hang though, so yeah, if it comes down I don't think it's going back up. Okay. I think we got it. I still haven't done a studio tour, so you know we'll do one final iteration hopefully, and then I'll actually tidy it up well enough that you can like admire. It's ridiculous. It's gonna take me like I thought I was finally settled. Only took me 2.5 years, and now we're gonna do another thing, and it's like gonna be like 3 years before I'm properly settled. Oh well, it's the problem with like you have to like live in a space and before you can like figure out what you're actually gonna do with live and in this case work in a space. I really hope the steam going onto the like microphone isn't damaging the microphone itself. Oops. We'll cast it this way from now on, in part so that if you're wearing earbuds, you're not like, I'm not damaging your hearing, and in part because I'm like, just realized that steam is not necessarily the best thing for small electronics. Oops. Alright, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more to iron right now. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 to fix the zippers on and iron after. So 14 more bags, and then we're going to go into top stitching. Saturday, August 9th. Dawson. Never mind. I just opened up Loop the Lake registration. But, Dallas is not home, so that won't work. And honestly, keeping August free of any kind of events is probably the better option anyway. Okay, the more I'm thinking about it, more I'm looking over there. That's why I keep looking over there. I think the better that plan is. I put this in the black thread pile. Cool. And then actually these scatus probably could again be... They realistically could also be hung off of the shelf, and then I could like... They do have to be somewhere close to the sewing machine, so maybe they need to go like around where the hardware bins are. But that's fine. And then it would actually put my hardware bins closer in some ways to the machine again as well. They're literally, like, to the point where we wouldn't even really need to lift the bins off. We could just pull from them. Probably would still lift the bins off because then I'm not up and down like 6 dozen times for bags, but you know. And then that's it. We're not moving the studio around again until we put flooring in. That's it. I think we've made like major moves in this studio about every 6 months for the last 2 years. I'm tired. And yeah, I understand. I'll have to move it again for the flooring, but I do think it is still better to do it now and do like a year of lived-in experience with it and figure it out too. Because, you know, I say that now, but it'll probably end up happening again at some point. By the way, I figured out the other day that I can't actually run the steam press and the iron at the same time. It kept flipping my surge bar. It's like, oh. So I was like, oh, my steam press has died because it wasn't working and the lights weren't on. You turn it on, off, blah, blah, blah. And then I looked at the surge bar and the surge bar was off. So I turned it back on and turned everything back on. And then it flipped again. I'm like, oh. It's because you can't run the iron and the steam press at the same time. Got it. So, lesson learned. Actually, that's what we could do too, is we could set up... fabric here. Cutting table back here. Pressing station under the window. Permanent pressing station under the window. For the steam press, anyway. Maybe. No. No, because the desk would take up too much room. But it could be a permanent pressing station over here. And it just stays there. That would be nice. So that then what you do is you like do the tack down. Move it right there. If it's got a desk, then it can like all pile on the desk. And then you just press everything. Press, 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 press. And then like I said, the only thing that won't come out here probably is the obi and kimono, because storing it in the closet just makes way too much sense. We are not popcorn today. I really don't want that stuff in our heads. Thank you. It's like, obviously you need something for an earworm today. I don't know why it's popcorn so consistently, but apparently it is. I don't even know where that song comes from. It's just that little, like, jaunty melody. Probably some sort of, like, advertising jingle or something like that that's soaked into my head by osmosis, obviously. Ooh, yeah, this one. Right, these guys just need a good iron. At least some of them do. Okay. What it is, I think this one went into black. Yes. Black top stitching. 5 more, 5 more, 5 more, plus repairs. Which is what did I say, 4 or 5 as well, so 4 I think. Get, there we go. Actually, I gotta figure out what, talking about this whole, like, let's move around the basement. And I'm like, wait, I gotta figure out what I'm taking for the show on Saturday for, like, display stuff. Ooh, boy. It's a 10 by 10 booth again. I think probably a wall of grid wall. I think I'm gonna do very much just what I did at Shindig in April last year, which I think I have photos of. I have to double check. I better have a photo of it. I usually take a photo of the booth because then if I do like a throwback or whatever, I can see. I still have photos from actually my original booth run for Knit City, which is amazing. I like set it up in my basement, or not my basement, in my garage, because it was my first time doing like grid wall or anything like that too. So learning curves abounded that year. Anyway, yeah, I think I've got photos of Shindig, and we'll just more or less do a very similar setup. So I think it was like the shelf from Caroline, a table, a handbag rack, so that's like one side and an L, and then like a wall of grid wall. Oh no, it was a wall of grid wall with the corner in it. That's what it was. And then I think I could do the shelf. Do the shelf or the handbag rack. I think in this case the handbag rack would serve me better. Maybe. Yeah, I think stuff sells off the handbag rack better. The shelf is nice for the kato, but we don't have that many kato. So. And the nice thing is Dallas will be home, so maybe I'll try and get him to come help. 2 more. Then repairs. Then we'll do it. Haha. And by doing it, I mean top stitching. Not 69 doing it. Although we're gonna do 69. Oh god, no. Okay, maybe I do just need to like turn my brain off and sing Popcorn today. This channel, forewarning, is not for children. I'm so glad that I no longer have to like select that on YouTube anymore. They actually brought out an option where you can be like, none of, or like the majority of my content is not for children. So now I don't have to answer that question every time. Because it's like, even when I'm posting shorts and stuff like that, I don't want like the kids getting led to my channel and then the live stream happening. I just don't even want to have to worry about it. Because genuinely, my content is not made for kids anyway, so. And especially if we get to the point of monetizing it, it can't be for kids either, so. We actually did have YouTube Kids for a little bit with the two, but the problem is that they can wander into such like sleazy shit so easily, because anyone can say that a content is like for kids, and then it's like there's just so many clones. So like they might watch Blippi and then they'll get like a clone channel that is not, that says Blippi but is like not Blippi. So we switched to Netflix quite a while ago, and their account controls are so much better. Because that's the thing, I could block stuff from channels, but then if they watch similar content, it was constantly like, well, they watch this, so they might like this, and it's like not even related. Or it's skinned as being related, and it wasn't. It was so gross. So they still get YouTube on like very specific things, but it is like we have to be on top of it. And like the parental like lock on and everything like that. And it's just like, it kind of defeats the purpose of using YouTube. Because it's like you're having to monitor the usage, which we still do with Netflix and stuff like that too, but it's not like you're worrying about them stumbling across Elsa giving birth or something, some bullshit like that. Like that sort of stuff. I think that was a few years ago where it was very controversial, but it's like not much better now. Okay, let's finish these off. The iron is still plugged in at my feet so that we can like iron this stuff after we've done it. Actually I'm gonna turn the camera back down because now the majority of the work is going to be happening. Oh, by the way, this hoodie, the little cat in there actually has little leggies in the cup. Do you know how long I had this hoodie before I figured that out? Anyway, got little dangle legs. Like here, stare at my boob. Not behind the paywall. We'll show you the cat. Show me your kitties. You can also just ignore me. Okay. Oh, goodness. Okay, machine is on. Underlight is on. So what ends up happening is there's these gaps in the zipper. So we're going to go in and repair those. Not repair them, just refinish the zipper basically. And we'll iron them and then they can be top stitched. Especially because I definitely want... I focused on getting some of the dog fabrics cut and ready, so we better damn well finish some of the dog fabrics that I cut and prepared, right? Like, especially for anyone watching in the Calgary area who's like, oh, I want that one from Creekside. Now, there's still no guarantees that these are going to be completely finished, but you know, having the zipper installed is definitely a good first step. Yeah, there we go. Do not sew that mic cable that would be disastrous because I don't know. I have a backup mic, but I do not know where it is. And yeah, it's yelling at the computers. It doesn't quite give the same flavor of communication as speaking loudly into a mic potentially does. Okay. Now, do I actually need to... Oh, yeah, it needs to have an exterior iron. Okay, we'll just pop you down there then. Is this just on one side? Looks like it. Okay. Just on this side. It's wild because you obviously don't always catch it when you're like turning bags out. You'd think that you'd always catch it when you're turning bags out, but nope, not the case. And yes, one seam is strong enough, but I do not pick out that zipper seam because, hey, two seams are like just as good. Extra protection. I don't know. Extra stitching. Extra stitching is not typically bad, especially in this situation where it's like down there. It's in a high stress area. Now it's sunny. Clouds actually went away, so it's not quite as gloomy. Should actually open the curtain blinds so that we get a little bit more of that light in. I didn't earlier because I was like, I don't want to be staring at like gray clouds. Gross. Now that it's sunny, we should do it. Okay. Nope. Out of the fabric, not into the fabric. I wonder if I could just convince Dallas to move everything around while I worked. Doubt it. But that would be kind of hilarious. Maybe, I think if we actually like hunkered down to it, we could get it done on Monday. Between Sunday and Monday. Won't be the worst thing to do on a weekend. Because the big thing is, it's like he needs to be around because we'll move the TV into the other room too. Because realistically, when I'm sewing, I'm listening to an audiobook or I'm streaming. So it's not like I'm actually like watching TV. If I wanted to, I could throw it up on the laptop. So, okay, you guys are going back on the machine for a moment. And we will get the last of the ironing finished. And then, top stitching time. Oh, right, I was actually going to cut twill. So actually, we'll do twill first. Well, after we iron the rest of this, while the iron is still warm, hot, and then we'll cut twill because then it's like done and ready. Last time I clipped it to the handles. I remember that, and that actually worked extremely well. So that's what we'll do this time. This one is like got some body. I was not expecting. Okay. It is a cotton linen blend exterior, so that might be part of it. But, whatever. It doesn't matter. As long as we get it ironed, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, because Dallas is also going to have to take that cutting table apart. Oops. The top at least has to come off. Can't remember if we got it moved in without taking off the... Pretty sure we got the base moved in without a concern. But the top has to like come off so that you can maneuver it through the door. Because then it's just basically a top, or like a couple of boxes. I don't think he had to take it fully apart. I can't remember. When do we even move the cutting? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. So I think we moved... Oh no, the cutting table moved in there actually pretty... Like after a year. That's right. So like it's the last summer. Okay, so we've been in there... No, in 23. So we've been in there for like a year and a half. Right, because the next big change was that I took the the shelf out of the closet so I could hang the obi and kimono. Right. Because first we moved it in there, and then I was like, nope, it's got to move out. Or the shelf has to move out because then we can just hang everything. And then we did this big move in whatever it was, July. Hey, Wendy. We're just, I don't know. I'm rambling on, so I stopped singing the popcorn jingle. And I think I've been, Cat's probably strategizing. That's a way better term for it. The move for the studio again. I think this Not Quite Party Animals is in the white pile too, isn't it? I feel like it is. I like how I'm like, you are totally my external hard drive. No, you're not. You don't need to keep track of this. Oh, shoot. Did I actually put it in the dark? Anyway, so yeah, I think I got a satisfactory plotting right now, which is awesome. And as much as I said that we should wait until mid-February, I might lean in to Monday and be like, Dallas, let's get this shit done now. Or at least mostly done. Because, like, why wait? Why wait? Especially when it's still fresh in my mind. And then you don't have to listen to me for the next, like, month being like, plot. Where the hell did the handle go? I think this Party Animals one is white. The other one is the one with blue, but this is the yellow one. What the fuck? We 100%. Right? Okay, so that's the blue one. We didn't cut the pink one because something was up with the pink one that I gotta fix. Can't remember what it was. I do remember I rejected it. But where's the other handle for the yellow? Oh my god. Seriously? Come here. Did I iron it earlier? Does anyone remember? It's this guy. I think I specifically said yes because we did, yeah, because we ended up with a sloth on top. Did it drop behind? No, actually, we don't have any handles on the ground. Lovely double chins, though, I know. Where did it go? Holy shit. Okay, well, I'm going to say that that's getting white stitched. I'm going to guess that it's in the pile somewhere then. What? Where? One more search. Okay. Cuddle Puddle. Sushi. Dogs. Knitting. Dogs. Popcorn. Sushi Neko. Shiba Inu. The dogs that we just we're going to iron. The Sage. Silhouettes. Sloths. Popcorn. The cats. Cappuccinos. Vending. Cat outlines. Cat outlines. The other party animals. Fans. Postal. Potato cats. Birds, cats. Cacti. Bunnies, fans, and more cats. So I'm not crazy. It's not in the pile. Okay, one more look through the dark pile and just make sure. Cats. Parasol. Sushi. Dogs. Cats. Owls, gray vending, fish, birds, fans, vending, capybara, fans, strawberries, cat butt, Myco, this one, which is going right here, wallpaper cats. No, there's nothing light enough here for it. Calicos, wisteria, cranes, hedgies, tigers, rose cats, popcorn cats, mimosa, Myco, Segaiha, fish, owls, bunnies, coffee, long cats, knitting, polar bear, potato, and owl. Potato cats. That's what I mean by potato. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Okay, the only thing I see there is I did knock a bag down, but I don't think it involved a handle. What the hell? I promise that I did sew it. Because I specifically remember also ironing it because I looked at it and I'm like, hey, we got a sloth on top. So where the hell did it go in the last, 2 hours? Because how long have we been on? Not even 2 hours. Hour and a half, maybe. We had to turn all the bags before we started ironing everything. Pretty sure it would have gone into the white stitching pile. I wonder if I knocked it off onto the floor here. Even went to extra effort to make sure that I could sew it. Okay, well, that one's going into full timeout then. And we will find the handle later. Oh, yeah, okay. This is a handle, but that's because I also ditched that one because I lost some piece of it as well. I think the zipper or something like that. And we're at the point where it's like, all right, if you don't have your zipper in, you're not getting finished this round. That's for sure. Alright, sorry, you can't really see anything. Just the rock and ironing board. Okay. Well, hopefully, maybe it's in the bin. Maybe it got shuffled and, got piled in with something accidentally. I'll have to go back and, actually watch things. Okay. Those are dark top stitching, so they're not getting... All the white top stitching is going to get done first for obvious reasons. I've already got the white... Well, maybe not obvious reasons. Obvious reasons to me. So we've already got the white stitching in place. The iron is unplugged. There's the plug. Unplugged. I'm turning the steam off as well. The other thing I'm going to throw in with the dark stitching is that there's actually a wristlet that didn't get finished. All it needs is its stitching, so we're going to stitch it. This is knitting stuff, so we're going to throw that in the snap bin. I should actually take it upstairs. I could start another pair of socks. That would be nice. White stitching. Debating if I want to go upstairs and make myself a coffee. Or if I should wait a little bit longer. Okay, there's that small box bag that's nearly done, but it needs its handle top stitched. Just also going to check to see if... Aha! Alright, what did we stitch it? What color did we stitch this one with? Looks like it was probably black because the pull tabs are black as well. Oh yeah, we're going to do the pull tabs. So yes, I should go do a coffee so that I've got my... Yeah, that's... Okay, so that's black stitching. Cool. We did iron it so it can just go here. And these are the two that need to be completed with the handles. Basically done's. Coffee? No coffee. Coffee. I don't know why I'm asking. Yes, coffee. Alright, we'll be back in 10 minutes maybe. I gotta boil the kettle, so that's what's gonna take a little bit of time. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. I hope that if you were looking for a beverage or a snack, that that's what you were able to get. I've got my nice hot coffee here. It's very hot because I actually spoiled myself by like warming up my coffee cup. Actually, it is one thing I definitely do not suffer as much with, even with young kids, is that most of the time I was able to get a hot cup of coffee, and thank fuck for that. It's easier now, yes. Honestly, I don't remember there being many days where it's like I couldn't even like sit down for a hot cup of coffee. Now, one of those things was that we did not use our French press for the longest time because it was too hot. Like the coffee produced by them, because of course it's boiling water. So we had a press button machine, which actually we downgraded this year, like moved it because I was like, you know what? We don't actually use it that much. Let's see. There is that zipper for that, but we're not doing it. Resist the temptation. If it doesn't have a zipper in it, we're not sewing it right now. Holy fuck, you guys, sorry. Yeah, when they were younger, we didn't use the French press because it was too hot. So it's like that, it was just a no-brainer. Don't use it. Because, because. And then, so we started using the French presses again, or the French press again this year, and it is like so much better coffee. And, I think we can actually just sell on the other machine actually at this point. So that's pretty exciting. So I don't think we're going to use it anymore. Okay, we're just going to assume that the majority of these are black. Honestly, there's a few very specific cases where black is not the answer for the pull tabs, but the majority of the time black is the answer. So that's the white top stitching pile split. I'll split this one up as well, although honestly I think it is just all black. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, no, these are all just all black. Okay, perfect. Probably going to need to order another spool of twill after this. After this morning being like, I don't need to order any supply. Well, there's a few things we need to order, but not very many. Okay, so we're going to do the oddball white ones first, because I say oddball, the ones that there's not as many of, basically, and then we'll do the black ones. And then what we're going to do is we're going to clip all of them to their sundry handles, and then we're going to sew them. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 off-white. Get my handy dandy ruler that's right here. I messaged Allison. I was like, so we should try and pound through the studio reorganization on Sunday and Monday. What do you think? The biggest portion of it that's going to suck is that we do have a lot of like wall hung items that are going to have to move. So, like the Scatus. And there is definitely large holes in the wall because it has to hold some weight, and the same thing with the pegboard. 1, 2, but actually then we could go around and patch up some of the holes that are here and just not worry about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I love how I counted it and promptly forgot how many we needed. 1, 2, and then I'm not going to cut these in half. This is a like 2. We'll cut them in half before we use them, but that just means that there's less ends to have to worry about flopping into my way when I'm actually sewing them or top stitching them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this will be 6. 6. Usually reset around the halfway point because they do tend to wander. 7. I wonder if I could set it up that the webbing was also out here so that we could just like cut webbing while we're at. No, it makes more sense. Never mind. Well, wait. Fuck me. We're gonna have to do it anyway. Yeah, it's like, I wonder if there's a way to set it up so I could just do it at the sewing table. But if the cutting table's out here, it's happening out here anyway. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I didn't have as many as I thought. 8. And realistically, if I have more of these, it's not a big deal. When I get these in, one of the tasks that I should start doing is just cutting them all down and then like throwing them in as a Ziploc baggie for the drawer. I used to do that with the big label rolls, and then I stopped for some reason. I don't know why. 9. Apparently it's going to be a miracle if I can count 11 today. Excellent. Okay. There's the last one here. 11. And then, like I said, what we'll do is we'll go in and we'll clip them to these guys. And yes, we have to move them around, but honestly, doing this now, for whatever reason, scratches my brain properly, and this is just the easier way to do it. I don't know. I don't think anyone else knows either. If I don't know, how would anyone else? This is one of those situations where it would almost work better just to have black for all of them. But like, there are a few bags where it would just be too stark. So it's like, This is also one of those prep steps that I forget about if I don't do it now. We did this with the small box bags, and it was quite successful, I think. I don't know. It's got to happen at some point in the process. So now it's gorgeous out, but it's windy as fuck. Well, I guess not as fuck, but like, how strong is that wind now? It's +2. Feels like 0 because of course wind chill. Wind. Yeah, okay. West to northwest, the worst part of that being the north part of it. 18K. Yeah, that's not too bad. It's not like house rattling. And I think, well, okay, we're no longer getting hit in such a fashion that it's like making all the flaps everywhere move and stuff like that. So that's good. All right, so there is all of them. This also just like double checks that I did actually do my counts and cuts correctly. So now they've all got their like twill clipped to them. As I said, we'll cut that down before we use it. I'm going to zoom you back in because really you're like, what the hell are you talking about, Katie? By the way, if you're watching on Twitch, I am sorry that I may or may not have seen your chats. The YouTube is a lot more reliable coming in, and I don't watch myself on Twitch very often. Do not. Why is it popcorn? Like, why does popcorn stick in my head? I do not understand. Intended for certain audiences. 100% it's intended for certain audiences. Okay. Alright, there we go. It looks like I have not missed anything, which is good. I'm glad. Okay. Now, counts for this one. So the ones that are going to get white top stitch, because that's what we're doing first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, and I'm going to cut a 19th because hopefully we track down that other handle. So 19, actually 19. Why am I not counting these ones too? 19, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. Sorry if any of you are knitting. 32, or counting while you're knitting. 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 59, minus 2 because 2 bags are basically finished. So 57. 57, 57, 57. Honestly, if I cut more, it's fine. But I don't want to have to keep track of more if I don't have to. 57, 57, 57. 57, 57, 57. We definitely do not have enough clips here. So 1, 2, 3. How many at the white? It was like 19 or something like that. Yeah. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, and 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Right? Man, that feels way too thick for 10, but alright. 2, 4, 6, 10. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. 11. 12. Why is it always the stuff that takes so brain-numbing long? Actually, we'll do this. Yeah, so I'll do 6 sets of 10, and then I'll pop the extras into the drawer down here. Just because that will make like more sense in my brain. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. That feels like it's wandered too far off the path. 8. 9. 10. Okay, so there's 20. Third of the way done. Keeping count, keeping count. Just keep pulling it. Actually, what if I did this? So that'll be, so that's 10, 20, 26. 32. 38. 44. 50. 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 2 more cuts. 56. 56, 56, 56. And 62. Still didn't pull enough off. Almost. But we are pulling off the roll again. Zoom. 62, 62, 62. Okay, now what I'm thinking is, hopefully how this works is I can do like 2 or 3 layers at one time. So there's what, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so there's 6 layers. So let's see. My pinking shears are not exactly the happiest shears. They are not very expensive shears, which is why they're not happy with typically more than 1 layer. But let's try. Yes. Good. All right, so 1. We should get 6 out of each of these. 2. What I should do is I should just get a pinking rotary cutter and keep these for keep the shears for the, actually a pinking rotary cutter would also work for the eyeglass cases or the glasses cases too. So really, would I lose out? No. They're just, rotary cutters are so expensive to invest in. Actually what I should do, I say that, gripe, cat problems. Should look on Facebook Marketplace, because actually that, you end up buying tools that you don't necessarily use. People pass away. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever it is. Okay, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. It looks like we're going to be bang on where we need to be, which is always the best way to do this. 5 and 6 with some to spare. Perfect. Okay. Don't even know what that is. Apparently it's just made up. Okay. 1. 2. 3. Nope, that completely wandered off the mark. Thank you. Oh God. That's what happens. They jammed. 3. Okay, we need to do 5 cuts for 6 sets. So this is 4. 5, and I'll just double check that we've got enough there. We do. Good enough. 5 and 6. All right. Now I get to go in and clip all these to these ones. Yay, yes. That was faster, so I'll remember that in future. Just, yeah, throw it down and get it measured, and then you're good to go. This one, the bag just needs top stitching, so we don't need to worry about that one going under the machine. Sushi neko, sushi neko. Shibas. These are dango shiba. Dango butts. Dango butts. Sounds like some sort of insult. But shibas are so incredibly, intelligent. Too intelligent for anyone's good in some ways. Vindictively, or they can be vindictively intelligent, I guess. Not that I would want. Well, okay. Flynn is our dog. So Flynn's get day was actually yesterday. We have had him now for 7 years, which is insane on top of everything else. So he's just over 7 years old. And we were discussing, Dallas was like, I really want a dog. And I'm like, we are not getting a dog for multiple reasons. One of them being, the main one being that A, we traveled a lot, and B, he wanted a dog. But he works out of town, right? So it's like, even if we got a dog, they wouldn't be your dog. They'd end up being my dog. And I don't want a dog. Walking at -40 and picking up poop. That was the other big thing. I'm like, okay. So I was like, do you know what? Let's see if the breeder has any kittens for the Norwegian forest cats. And lo and behold, they had kittens just before I looked. So, or had kittens right before I looked. And so that's how we got Flynn, was because we discussed getting the dog instead. I don't mind dogs, but they take, like, cats take a lot of work. They are not the independent little beastie that everyone thinks that they are. Or at least you can't let them be completely. But dogs take so much work. I'm just like, no, not interested in doing that. Oh, this is the one that had the sloth facing up. Okay, so maybe we didn't end up sewing the yellow one, which is weird because I was so diligent about making sure these all flippin' matched. If that sounded whiny, it's because it is. It's annoying. If nothing else, it's actually a piss off. It's like, why? Where did it go? We cut these all, like, and I'm pretty sure we matched. Yeah, we matched them all up when we were bringing. Ugh, whatever. God damn. Okay, well, if we don't, well, we're not going to put a great effort into finding it right now. We'll worry about it afterwards, I guess. I don't know. Okay, let's do all the ones that are stitched already, so that they can go on the pile up there because they're already stitched too. I think this is also supposed to be involved over here somewhere because it's also stitched. Good thing I cut extra because apparently I did not count all of the ones that were finished. Yeah, move the major stuff this like after Creekside. So Creekside, if you're in the Alberta area, like Alberta area, Alberta's huge. If you're in the Calgary area or traveling or want to travel down or up or wherever you're coming from, Creekside is on Saturday. It's a yarn festival in Airdrie, Alberta, 10 to 4 at the Town and Country Center. It is their last event in January of this nature. So, yep. I don't know what more to say with that. But, yeah, so, you know, come buy a bag, please. Please make this not all for naught. It's not all for naught, but please come up buy a bag. Yeah, and then, so we're going to do that. And then, yeah, Sunday. What I'm thinking is like do the furniture move. And then if we need to like patch walls so that we can put anchors and stuff like that, then we can like dry decks the walls. And then we can do the whole, put the stuff up next week. Dallas's home business. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. The big one is going to be that the TV hanger in here is going to have to be, those holes will definitely have to be filled in. But there's a couple really big ones over here as well that once I move the whiteboard would need to be filled in. Actually, we could actually set it up so I could like access my whiteboard. That would also be good. All right, I know this looks like it's taking a while right now. But I'm okay with this because honestly, it means that I'm not going to have to fuck around later and try to figure out like where all the cuts I made are sort of thing. At least that's the thought process that's going through my head right now, justifying what I'm doing. Also, brain off, just clip. Clip, clip, clip. Happy brain. I don't know why. Usually I would be annoyed by this sort of thing, but it's like, this is actually super, like, just zen. No, we don't need more popcorn. We need more coffee. Less popcorn, more coffee. Less popcorn, more coffee. To figure out how to make popcorn because it's one of the kids' favorite snacks, and it's like high volume, high fiber for me too, which is really good, especially for an evening snack. And usually we do butter it, whatever. So it's satisfying. But Dallas is usually the one that makes it, and I have not done it. I know he pops it in the wok pan thing that we have. So I need to start experimenting with that, because that would be good to, or I should just watch him better next time he actually does make it. You feel cranky. You're okay, but you feel cranky. Did I clip? Yeah, I clipped some onto the first one of this, so I don't need one on the other one. I wonder if I did both vending machines. Probably. Does it matter? Not really. Although I do see it right there, so let's just pull it. They just need to be top stitched. I don't know why I didn't just keep that clip in hand as I did the twill. This one still needs it. No, that's the one that we pulled it off of. Never mind. Okay. Because here's the thing. Those handles are for small box bags where we've, they are literally just waiting for a handle. That's it. That's all that they need to be finished. So that's why they're on the docket as well. Did I do labels? No, I did not do labels yet. We'll do that after we've done... Oh, God. Goodbye forever. It is right there. It's not a big deal, but there's a broken clip. No, haven't done the labels yet because I haven't taken the brain space to, like, sort those out yet. And the majority of them are cotton, so... There are definitely a few cotton linen blends, but we'll worry about it after the top stitching. What we can do is I can split them up into their piles as we're clipping them apart is what I'll probably do. Because I can count 1, 2, 3. I know there's 4, 5 cotton linen blends so far, so not very many. And the rolls are up there. God damn, I need to order more. Or, well, I need to find a supplier. So I did find a supplier in Canada somewhere. Found a supplier that does do custom label prints, but they also need a 5 roll minimum. And I'm like, okay, well, that's like $500. So I gotta do it. But I'm like, I'm gonna try and find a place where it's not like such a high minimum. And also, I gotta figure out what I actually want to put on the tags, because I don't know if I need to put all the information I'm currently putting on them. I think I mostly just need a like label and a like just saying, hey, you can buy more bags here. Right? So, yeah, exactly. I was like, I don't think well, okay, here's part of it is I don't know their quality. Like if I had known that Finer Ribbon was closing out, I would have ordered from them one last time, and I would have ordered about that amount so I could kind of be tided over through the transition. Has it been that big a deal? No. Is it annoying? 100%. It's like, guys, why wouldn't you give your customers a heads up? I'm actually really pissed that they did not give their customers a heads up. So I feel like it was maybe a like sudden bankruptcy closeout or something like that, because they were looking for someone to take over and then no one took over. So I'm like, what went down here? I do not understand. Although I think that guess right there is probably the closest. So who knows? They were really good though. Like they're fine to deal with and everything like that. I'm just like, ugh. The other thing I could do is I could go in and we could just do the vinyl heat transfer labels. Although it's a pain in the butt to have to, why I like the sew-in is that then we're just kind of doing them as we're going. And once you're done the bag, you're done the bag. Because like doing a heat transfer vinyl thing is another step before you can finish the bag. So I feel like that would be a major fail point with how tight I run the show schedule. And not tight in a good way. Tight in like, you should go see a pelvic floor physio tight. Anyway. I honestly, Wendy, thought you were talking about barcode labels, and I'm like, no, because I don't know what's going to be finished. Because that's the other thing I want to get better at this year is barcode labels, so that then when I have other people selling for me, they can just scan it out of stock. And then that should help my inventory stay more accurate. Hell, even for me, it'll help keep my inventory staying more accurate. So. And I even have barcode labels for the thermal printer because that's going to be the like most enduring label, I think, hopefully. So I have done like laser printed return address labels previously, and they tend to flake off, so you can't just scan them. It's really annoying. And I want something where you can just like, because the phone with Shopify, you can just open up the phone and scan it, and so that's what I want. So that'll be something to play around with for Knit City probably. It's not going to be like, I'll start implementing it sooner, but like we'll go whole hog for Knit City once we work out any kinks that there might be. Or at least figure out what the kinks might be. Who knows? It might not be like bad, at least. It's more just the admin work that creates, because then what you have to do, even if you don't, like, you still have to create a listing basically for the item. And so that's where it's like some of the time could be hung up. But that's something that Dallas could do, actually. Could give him like a stack and be like, here, barcode these, please, on the back of the tag. Tag them and barcode them, please. That sounds like it's almost time to change our needle. Probably time to change our needle. Am I going to change my needle? Yes, that is actually pretty dull right now. Oh, it would help to turn that light on too. Okay. Which means that we'll take the feed dog plate off and we will actually clean out the floof. And then next time we change the bobbin, I'll put a drop of oil in there as well. La 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 la. There we go. Don't need to actually unscrew it very far. Pull the thread up and back here. Okay, and then, yeah, our next bobbin is ready. That's good. These like plates are so small. I don't get it. It's like, why do you make it so hard to access your maintenance areas? I guess it's not actually that hard. It just feels difficult. Grump, 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 grump. Oh, you guys can't even see what the hell I'm doing. Okay. Might be time to change up the perspective on that camera for a little bit. Maybe to the side or something like that. Maybe not. Anyway, what I'm doing right now, I will describe it for you. Is I'm taking off the plate for the feed dogs so that we can clean the fluff out from around the feed dogs, because that is, in theory and technicality, supposed to help the machine sew better. I'm gonna open up the bobbin case here. I think this time we might actually, I don't know why I've pulled the bobbin, but okay. We might need to change, oh yeah, the paper towel. So usually I just pop a little piece of paper towel. I'll at least, oh yeah, we got one more clean side, so I'm gonna fold it over the other direction. Can I fold it so that the floof is contained? I can, there we go. And then that'll just help kind of keep it cleaner down there. And then once it's, after that, this one, we will definitely pull it. Wendy pointed out that I could use a paintbrush for this, which is glorious. And so we're just going to kind of get all of that fluff out of there. Definitely not as bad as it was when we first started doing this more regularly. There's a big crenellation there. And there's a bunch under the feed dog. Haha, success. That's better. Doom 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 doom. Doom 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 doom. Doom 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 doom. Okay. Right there. Good enough. All right. Now we need a needle. I'm like, what am I in here for? A needle. That's why we got everything pulled apart. I'm gonna fully turn the machine off now. That would have been smart before I was digging around in there with the paintbrush. But you know, better late than never. I do tend to accidentally step on the pedal occasionally. Okay, I'm gonna pop this one in here and condense the actual little thing. That one fell right there. That's easy enough to get. There we go. And that is recyclable, I think. It was the last time I used them, so yes. And let's see if I can hit the box over in the corner. No. That was such a bad throw. Oh my god. Horrendous. All right, let's get this needle out of here. And then I'll put the feed dog plate back on afterwards because it is a little bit easier to change everything after. Or put it back, change the needle while it's off. Yeah, that one was definitely toast. Pretty sure we've done about 11 hours of sewing on that. So the recommended amount is typically about 8 hours. Obviously, I usually push it quite a bit more than that. Although I have noticed that as I've started to change it more regularly, I have had far less issues. Surprise. Okay, this one's a bit gummed up from falling on the floor. Boo. I always forget to pay attention to which way I'm supposed to do this, but I'm pretty sure this is the right direction. And actually, there's some more fluff to get off there. Ooh, that was a big old chunk. And actually, since I've got the bobbin pulled out, we will also do a little bit of oil into the bobbin case. Which is something I found out just the other day that you're supposed to be doing. And I'm like, I have never in my life oiled my bobbin case. There's also a crap ton of fluff. Damn it. Okay, it's not too bad actually in the bobbin case. It's just like around the hook. That one will not work. 1 second. Maybe the paintbrush will work. I was like, I think it's getting a little bit too scrubby for it, and it needs maybe a little bit more body, but let's see. No, stop pulling out the filament. Stay in there. Okay, let's see. No. This is definitely not popcorn. This is just gross fluff. Okay, there we go. That actually does look better. You know what would actually help instead of doing this, like... Haha! Yay for always having a calculator and a flashlight in our back pocket now. And actually we'll check the oil while I'm at this too, because if we're going to move the machine, I guess we'll take the oil out of it before we need to like move it. Okay. Okay, so that's done. Oh no, oil the bobbin. Just a tick. This is not technically sewing machine oil. It is actually spinning wheel oil. Whatever. Same idea. It's very light. I think that's all I need to do. And actually, now that we've got the bobbin open and we're actually turning it, let's a little bit TLC on the base here as well, which is actually where it looks like it's probably going to need the most. Ha! There we go. Gross. Actual chunks. It's all oily. Oh yeah, there's the good stuff. Okay. see. Gross. Why is there so much fluff? Gross. So much fluff. Very fancy compressed air treatment. Obviously, it doesn't really help with like the greasy stuff, but it does help with like the other shit that's down there. Okay, we're good. Riveting, I know. 100%. Ugh, this is gross. Okay, we're gonna pop this on, and then we just gotta move everything out of the way, and we'll open up the... We'll just tilt the machine back, and I'll judge. We will not change... We're not changing the oil today, but we'll figure out if we're changing it before we move it, whenever that happens. Hopefully, now that I think of it, in the next week. I just realized that Monday is the same day I'm starting marathon training. Oh well, everything will be okay. Okay, one feed dog plate screw in. 2 going in. Yeah, good job. You're going nice and smooth. The back one is fairly easy. It's the front one because I think because of the tension knob, it's in the way. That's at least the story I tell myself. Probably could use a longer screwdriver, but whatever. Okay. So let's see how the oil's doing. I have not changed the oil since we moved. But I hadn't changed the oil in it. I drained it when we moved in 22, and I had the machine for like 8 years at that point, so I'm not overly worried about it. It's not low, which is good. There is a piece of zipper in it. It's looking okay. It's looking used. It's not looking bad, I don't think. I don't know when you're supposed to actually change it. But it's not like terrible. I love how I keep putting the screwdriver back and I keep needing the flipping screwdriver. It's like, you gotta put your foot back on, Katie. Okay. Generalized maintenance. Complete. Let's get this threaded back. And then, yeah, so maybe, I don't know. I don't think I need to drain it for now. Probably, I wonder what the industry standard is. It's probably every like 6 months or something like that. But it's not like I'm sewing for 12 hours every day either. Even when I'm in like peak season, we're usually not doing 12 hours. There we go. Down and up. Would you guys like a perspective change? Do we need to move the camera around a little bit? Or are you happy with it being up top? I'm good either way. I can move it if we desire. Okay. More coffee. More coffee. This is going to be easier. Okay, so this is the part that does suck about this, is basically have to go, oh, I know how to avoid this. Don't clip it on before you do the first top stitch row. Duh. Clip it on afterwards, Katie. Because it's not like I couldn't have done the piles and then clip them on as I was like wrapping up. Then I don't have to worry about sewing them in accidentally either. Ha ha ha. Brains weren't braining. That's okay. Actually, it's really tempting to just pull all the clips for the other handles then, but that would create chaos. So we're not going to do it. Just lesson learned, next time we will not put them on until after we've or as we're going to do the second row of top stitching. That's what we'll do, because then we don't have to do this transfer. This is fine when it's only this few, but it's like we've got a lot of bags to do. La 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 la. And that one is actually got to be this way because it did not get stitched the right way on the other one. Oh well. So what should we do? Right. So after this, in the next, like, so next week after Creekside, when Dallas is back up at work, we're going to finish off the Traveler Slings, because the next event is Caroline's, and I do know that there's been a hankering for the slings. So I think we do the slings, and we do the I think we work on some of the passport folders. I was going to work on Kato, but I think we work on the passport folders. And then I think we still need to go in and do more tote bags. I'm like hemming and hawing too, because I've got stuff in Market Spot and Market Mall, which has been really good for exposure, not very good for sales. And I'm like, okay, so do I continue? Or should I like cut my losses? Not, there hasn't been losses, but I'm not making enough, I think, to stay there. I don't know. Because part of it is I'm kind of like, okay, well, it's good advertising, because obviously people have seen me there. But like, I don't have a big enough space to sell enough. And it's like, they're 100% welcome people in to volunteer and like work the floor. But I'm also like, I don't know. Especially with how they're selling at Caroline's, it's like, well, yeah. And nothing against Market Spot, they're doing a really good job. It's just whether it's working for me or not is the question. And I don't know right now if it's working for me. It's kind of like one of those things, it's one of the amorphous ones where it's like, well, okay. There is all of them moved with this last one here. Then we're going to throw it back under the machine, and we're going to top stitch the other side, and then we're going to grab the white top stitch bags, and we're going to white top stitch the bags. That bobbin was very close to running out, so let's hang tight and see how many we can actually get done. My mic is like all in the way today, apparently. I actually dipped it in my coffee when I came back downstairs. I'm like, why? Actually, I see why. I need to put it on the other side. It needs to be, let's clip it on the pocket. Maybe. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, okay, we're good there. Like, is that going to impact the sound? It looks okay on my end. If you guys can't hear me, shout, i.e. type in the comments or in the chat, please. Get ourselves untangled again. And then let's go. Okay. What time is it? 2:40. Okay, so we'll definitely get all the top stitching done. And then we'll figure out what we're doing from there. I did actually pack up some of the Christmas decorations when I was upstairs getting my coffee. I was like, well, you know what? We'll drag the bins up and I'll dismantle what I can while I'm making coffee. It's insane what you can get done in like 6.5 minutes. Because the coffee brews for 4.5, and however long the actual like kettle took to boil. I don't understand why it's so much. Or you get, I don't know, I get a better like satisfaction from that quick tidy than having to spend like 2 to 3 hours. Which I don't know why then I'm not doing it more often, but you know, that we ran out of thread like way back. Oh, just at the pops. Okay, that's not too bad. So we'll pop the next bobbin on. Yeah, we're gonna sew. We get to go fast too because it's all straight seams right now and not having to like, all I have to do is do the back stitch. There's no other thought. Just go. Versus like what we're going to have to do with the zippers, which is go, stop, go, stop. Are they cranky large box bags? Yes. No, they're not. I am glad that I changed the needle though, because honestly, that is looking clean. And why I actually I did make sure to change it is because you know that as soon as you start top stitching is when your needle is dull, and then you get all the bird's nests, and it is so fucking frustrating. So here we are. We did it. I even thought of it before, instead of getting frustrated. Come on. Thank you. A good third of the bobbin's full and the thread hadn't broken yet. Sushi neko, sushi neko. Okay, good. We are winding the next bobbin already. Yeah, and then after this we'll do the bag bodies. And then we'll swap to black thread and we'll do the handles and the bag bodies again. There's certainly a lot more dark bags than there are light bags today. So... really tempting to go to the like indoor playground tomorrow and take, oh, that broke the thread. That chain piece did not make that happy. Anyway, to go to the indoor playground and just haul my bin in there and work on big large box bags. It's so tempting. So I think it's supposed to be nice tomorrow, so it's also like, well, it's tempting to like go to the zoo tomorrow so that we can get outside, which would feel really good. Oh, our passes might be expired. I wonder if they are actually. That's a good question. His is not. The youngest's. Because we didn't need one for them at the beginning of the year, so I didn't pay for it until their birthday, basically. But, like, our passes might be out. So the eldest's and Dallas and mine. We have used that pass so much this year, though, that it's definitely been worth it. So I think we'll do it again this year. Maybe. We'll have a chat about it. Actually, no, I'll just redo them. Whatever. I don't know why I would think that I need to have a chat about it. We'll just renew it. Especially because they're currently they're doing some new stuff for the zebras and stuff like that. So that's going to be fun to see in the summer. There's a playground that they're going to age into this year. Yeah, I think we'll go do something. I got to go into the city anyway because I'm selling on the porn harness for the camera, for the phone, because it doesn't fit my phone anymore. It's so annoying. And the next upgrade one is like actually the magnetic one, so my phone will, like whatever phone I have from now on will just snap into it until it breaks, basically, or snap onto it, not even into it. So it's actually, because I think it's actually better for the phone, because I have a sneaking suspicion. Granted, Dallas's phone back shattered as well, but I have a sneaking suspicion that the porn harness is actually how I ended up shattering the glass on the back of my phone last time. So, I should double check to make sure that they are crediting us on our bill for the other phones that we sent back. Anyway, yeah, right, I gotta figure out when they want to meet. So, that will determine actually what we do tomorrow, in part. I think at least doing some time at the zoo would be good. Because then, yeah, we got to hustle back because I've got book club and we need to figure out if we're actually dyeing the kids' hair for Crazy Hair Day or not. Probably. I don't see why we should or why we should. Yeah. Okay. Onto the bags. The bags are next. Whee! Oh, right. I was going to cut these apart so that we can do cotton and cotton linen blends. We'll do that once we've got them all done. Whatever. Get out of here. I want to sew. I want to have to keep doing prep work today. There's been so much prep work. Okay. Now, we can't chain piece these in between the bags, but we can chain piece them in the bags themselves, which is kind of awesome. Yeah, the bobbin is ready. Good. Because basically what I can do is I can just hop over the gap of the zipper. And then basically what I'm trying to do is just make sure that I'm not also going over the seam allowance that I allowed myself when I actually put the zipper in. Because that is a pain in the butt when you go to sew the ends together. Which is actually the next step. Woo! Yeehaw! No, Yahoo! Yahoo! It's not yeehaw. My kids are really bad for that. I think because they listen to a American show and they say yeehaw, and I'm like, it's not yee. Okay, so there's a whole story behind this. Calgary Stampede says Yahoo. Yahoo! And one of our papers, one of the papers, actually, yeah, we can chain piece that way. One of the papers in Calgary once printed yeehaw, and the backlash was intense. Like infamous, because I still think about it. Anyway, so so it's like, kids, you're gonna get me in so much trouble if you say yeehaw. And honestly, Yahoo sounds so much better. No, I sewed the zipper in. What? Also, I randomly stumbled across a Canadian, and their thing is Canadian living in Japan. And I talked about them the other day. That's right. But they, I cannot tell where they're from, especially because they made a joke about like from Okotoks to the Tokes, because so the creator talks in a very like maritime accent. I cannot place it for the life of me. I think it's Newfoundlander. And I cannot tell. I think it's 100% a persona. I'm pretty sure that he's putting on. Anyway, I'll have to find it, and I'll have to see if they're also on YouTube or not. But yeah, someone was like making a joke because he referred to Tokyo as the Tokes, because they just bought a house there, because he's like, I am tired of going back and forth. I'm like, oh man. Blah blah blah, Katie. Get to the point. What is the point? I don't know. Yeah, they just made a joke about going from Okotoks to Tokyo, and now I'm like, okay, so are you from Alberta? Are you an import to Alberta? Because we do have a lot of people that come from the Maritimes for jobs in the oil patch, which is totally possible, to be honest. Although typically then they would be up in like Fort McMurray and stuff like that, unless they have a job similar to Dallas's, where they fly in and out Calgary or Edmonton. Anyway, it was interesting because it's one of those like situations where it's like, I think unless you were from Alberta, you wouldn't understand Okotoks joke. So Okotoks is named because in Alberta, it's down south of us about 2.5 hours, and it's got a big rock, and that's why it's called Okotoks. Is it Cree? It's one of the First Nations languages for the area. I could look that up very easily, and I will in a moment. But yeah, I feel also like, unless you know what it's all about, like, listen to how long this explanation has been about why this would even be funny. It's a very regional joke. There we go. And they got it too. So I'm like, where are you from? I'm just so curious and so nosy. I'm also noisy, but nosy. I am so nosy. They're the ones I was talking about them the other day because they posted about a run in Shibuya that it was like at the end you got a free beer. I'm assuming you pay for the run and then you get like, and then beer is included in your entry. So it's just a 5K. So I'm like, whoa, I want to go do that. Of course. Although, oh shit, I really don't want to do that. Okay, so I don't know how hilly you think Japan is, but like my impression of Japan in general, living in the foothills here, is that Japan's fairly flat. Japan is not fairly flat. It's very mountainous, but I don't count them as mountains because apparently I'm a fool. And if it's got trees to the top, it's not a mountain, which is just as good a marker of what makes a mountain and what does not make a mountain as the actual official reckonings of what makes a mountain. Anyway, there are mountains in Japan. They are few and far between. They have a lot of what I would consider hills, especially coming from here. But Shibuya is on the hills in Tokyo, and I just realized that. I'm like, wait, that would be a lot gross, but I want that beer. Anyway, so I think I saw the bar. I'll have to look into it. But anyway, I know it is, but there's no real mountains unless it's a volcano. Mount Hiei has trees all the way to the top. So does Mount Misen. I will die on this hill, literally. What hill did you die on? That mountains don't have trees to the top. That doesn't mean there isn't elevation change. I guess that's the difference. Just because most of their mountains have trees to the top does not mean that there is not elevation change. There we go. Well, isn't Australia like one of the OG continents, right? Like it's like stayed. Yeah, because they keep finding all those fucking old rocks, right? Sorry. Oh, whatever. You guys, you know what you're in for. All right, I think so. I think as soon as you basically get out of Calgary, there's very little elevation change going east. It's like, even driving out to Drumheller, I'm like, it is too flat. La 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 la. It's also why it's like all of these people who are like, well, you can't build a high-speed rail because of the mountain. It's like, well, actually, it would be hard in here because it's like even the like whole construction of the like CP rail through here was intense. Not through Calgary and area, but like through the mountains. Yeah, we don't have slave Chinese labor anymore in Canada, so. Well, I hope we don't. Shouldn't say that so confidently, I guess. Yeah, it is the oldest. That's what I thought. It's like, and I get it. It's like that saying that the Appalachians aren't mountains. They aren't mountains anymore, but they are one of the oldest chains. I was actually watching a very interesting video about that the other day because it's like, of course, everyone always talks, or at least what I hear about the Appalachians is just like, just don't in some ways. And someone pointed out that like their town has been above ground for like over 3/4 of the Earth's lifespan, something like 90 to 95% or something insane. And they're like, so if you feel like there's something ancient and creepy, it's because it is ancient and creepy. Even without the whole, like, folktale origins of stuff. Okay, yeah. We're gonna get through this white stuff, like, fairly decently quick. I'm gonna be hungry when I pick up the kids. I hope they're hungry. Well, never mind. I hope they're not too hungry. I gotta figure out what we're actually having for dinner. As per usual, I need Slow cooker recipes. I always say that, and then it's like I don't do it. I also need a grocery shop. Because I thought that we were going to get away with it. I thought we had more meat in the freezer, but I was like, no, we're going to have to go. Unless we want to just be eating ham all week. What I was thinking is, I was like, I think I want to make some chicken and dumplings, which is a good slow cooker recipe. I want to make some red lentil curry, but I don't have like the spices for that. So that's like a different grocery shop. We got our, we have the executive membership with Costco because I got enabled a couple years ago, and I got the like coupon the other day, and I'm like, okay, that was worth it because we do end up doing probably 80% there now. So considering that we're paying the or feeding the children. Yeah, I bet you guys have some of that in the whole scheme. We also have a big chunk that's like, look, at least when I look at maps, looks like it's fully unoccupied. Which might explain a little bit too. Although I can't imagine developing the middle of Australia either necessarily. I don't know, there's definitely some hollows like that in Canada too. Actually, so there's Dallas's parents swear up and down that there was nothing wrong with one of the kids, like one of the houses that they lived in as kids. But the two sisters swear up and down that there is something that was up there. And whenever we've driven by it, I've been like, I don't like it. Like, let's keep going. I want to get out of here. So, I don't feel, and the thing about it is it's like 2 properties down from that. Don't feel it. It's just the woods around that house, and it's just like, ugh, get me out of here, please. Which is wild. I always figured that is probably a good indication to follow your gut instincts. Yeah, just setting yourself up for like all sorts of problems, right? Like, just, yeah, all sorts of problems. Boop, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum. Get the white top stitching done, and then we'll do the black top stitching. I think we'll get all the top stitching done today. We're definitely getting all the white top stitching done. I have about 2 hours. I don't know how long it took us to actually do all that. Well, where are we at? 5 hours. So that means that we'll have had, but we turned and ironed and then did the whole prep work as well. So yeah, I think so. Maybe we'll be really damn close if I don't get it done. Dun, 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 dun. Let's actually see where we're at. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 21 left. Okay. Flynn is still in the same spot that he started the morning in, which is wild. He like came upstairs with me when I went up for coffee, and then he came back downstairs with me. And is just chilling in his little sleepy hidey hole. No more earworms. No more earworms. I'm not even that good at earworms right now. Actually, that's something I should do. Since we're starting marathon training on Mondays, I should revamp my running playlist. Although actually I've noticed that running with my audiobooks has been like in some ways better in general. So I don't know. At least for like when I'm doing, yeah, okay, there we go. That's what it is. I need to revamp the running playlist for when I'm doing my long runs, I think. Well, lies. I don't know. I call that lies because the last long run that I did before Canmore, which was like almost the half, was I did all on audiobook and it went perfectly well. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'll figure it out. Dun, 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 dun. Someone actually said was crazy enough to say, you don't even need to run with music. And it's like, no. Need something. My mental fortitude is not enough to not have something like entertaining me for 5.5 hours. Thank you very much. I just gotta choose something that I really enjoy, I think, is part of it. It's probably something like I've listened to before. And that, like, I think what I'd end up doing is probably waiting to actually start it until that day. So maybe like the Ghost Bride, which I've listened to before, Yang Shi Chu. It's really good. It's Malaysian, a Malaysian tale and author, and she actually reads it, which is super cool. Or maybe The Night Circus by Erin Morgenstern, which is one of my favorites. I would actually put it as one of the original, like, romanticises, which, or fantasy romance, maybe fantasy romance, I don't know. Romantasy is like where the focus is a romance with a happily ever after, and fantasy is secondary to that. So yes, it would be a fantasy romance because the magic is more of the focus than the romance. The romance is important, but yeah, anyway, either of those would be really good options. Or an Enchantment of Ravens, which is a YA romance. Yeah, those would all be good options. Probably be damn close to finishing an Enchantment of Ravens if I were to listen to it on the marathon. The main thought process behind it being that, like, then the music doesn't pump up your adrenaline too much. So, not like my adrenaline won't be pumped up as it is, because it always is on race day. Thanks for everyone that's sticking around, because it looks like we've actually got quite a few viewers that have, like, been here for a while. I keep seeing the number 6, so I'm like, cool. Sticking it out with me. And the sweary day. Although, actually, it hasn't been too bad, I don't think. Although I'm not always conscious of it either, so... That sounds like we're coming up to the end of our bobbin. Maybe. No, not quite. Okay. Good. Don't have to swap it right away. I will be very happy, very pleased. That's okay. We're good. It's not like there's anything that riveting that it's like if you miss a bag, it's world shattering. So, you know. I'm going to turn the sun is like on this, sorry, and I just realized that I could probably turn down the exposure a little bit. Oh, that's not even that much better. Oh, turn down the brightness, Katie. Whee! Right about maybe there, and we'll turn the exposure up. And nope. There's too much sun. Oh, there we go. Contrast. High. Saturation. Nope. Yeah. Okay. My end, that looks truer to life. Yes, the Melty Cats are so happy. I'm excited to have Melty Cats on hand. Finally. I think Melty Cats also needs to become a wallet, though, later this year, so. I know I could also close my blinds, but I refuse right now because it's so nice to have the sunshine in here. Even if we aren't, well, we're in the dead of winter. We aren't popcorn. I also really like this potato cat. Potato lucky cats. They look like little potatoes. They could also be like little mochi, I guess, but meh, potato cats. Yeah, we ran out halfway. Yeah. Double duck noises. That's what that's intended to be. Damn it. Okay. Bobbin. I love how I double checked that it was actually empty, but it is actually empty. This wasn't a snarl or anything like that. That's actually what I was checking for. Make sure that it didn't just break off for some stupid reason, which it does do sometimes, you know, just cause it's thread, and everything involved in crafts has a mind of its own, especially thread and yarn and fabric and, you know, everything. All right, at least it ended like over a white part of the cat, so that is a little bit easier to blend. I can see the bottom of this pile. Sweet. Okay. Wind. Next bobbin is winding. Right? Yes, good. Sometimes it doesn't catch properly, so it's just always good to double check it. Make sure I'm not like surprised when it doesn't wind. Ask me how I know. Okay, we've got just under 2 hours left, so hopefully we can get all of the top stitching done. I think that's still an achievable goal for today. Anything that doesn't get top stitched today does not get finished. I think that's where we're at. That doesn't mean that we'll still finish everything that even gets top stitched today, but I think that's a good place to stop. stop at some point. And like, if I'm doing a not completely killing my sleep schedule show, I don't think there's enough time to finish anyway, but we're gonna try. Because I got all day Thursday pretty much, except for gymnastics, and all day Friday pretty much. Wednesday's a little bit of a toss-up because it's the first day that Dallas is home, and we've got appointments we need to get to. But I'll be on in the evening, so that's good. And I'll be on like in the evening each day as well, because Dallas is home to take point on kids. So. Also, it sounds like it's going to be zero problem with the kindergarten for the eldest, because they have all the speech therapy and physio and everything like that. And I was chatting with the teacher, and I'm like this is the schedule we're looking to do, and then we'll need like before and after care for the eldest for kindergarten, because given the email that I received last year, I don't think it's going to be an issue. And she's like, nope, we've already sent our list over of like who should be coming to the kindergarten next year. I'm like, awesome, so I'm not even going to worry about it then. That'll be the schedule. Now I still have to apply, which is Wednesday as well actually, so we got to make sure we do that. And then yeah. Actually, yeah, if I get top stitching done, then I can take the bin upstairs and I can clip the twill in and have it ready to go for Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening. And then we can do boxing on Thursday, if not before. And finishing on Friday. No homeschooling. So it's like we're going to do everything through kindergarten for both of them. And then we'll start homeschooling in grade 1. So that'll be 26. Fall of 26. And that'll just be for the eldest. And that'll give us a settling year to kind of figure out the bugs in the system for us. And then we'll bring the youngest in as well the year afterwards in 27. So we'll see. And it's like, that is such a loose plan that honestly, if we have to change it, we will. But I hope it works for us. So we'll see. Yeah, well, work is gonna completely be like complicated by that. But we're still gonna do summer camps because A, they need to be it needs to be a broader experience than I had, and B, it'll be good for all of us for multiple reasons, you know. Especially summer camps, because then at least I'm able to do that good summer push for fall, well, midsummer shows and fall shows. So wow, we have a very large pile of bags in the back right now. I think what we'll do is we'll pull everything out of the bin and throw the white stitched ones in, along with their handles, wherever the hell they went. They're over there. And then the black top stitch ones will be on top, so they're just easy to pull. Big ol' pile of bags, big ol' pile of bags. Big ol' pile of bags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more to top stitch. That is actually more than I anticipated. No. I've never heard of that before. So we have preschool, which is like, so this one started at 2.5. And then it goes up till 4. And then we have kindergarten, which is 5. And then they go into grade 1 at 6. Apparently Alberta education, or the government, not Alberta education necessarily, but the government is looking to add standardized tests for kindergartners. I don't know how you would do a standardized test for a kindergartner who can't even fucking read. But all right. Sounds like a money waste to me. Anyway. Like pointless. Pointless. We actually, so in 2020, what was it, 2012? 2013? 2013 we had big floods. Like the century flood, sort of, right? The flood of the century. There we go. And we had a mayor called Nenshi in office at that point, and he did a fucking amazing job. Now, a lot of people didn't end up agreeing with him towards the end of his term, but like, I don't know of anyone who doesn't end up having people start to kind of turn against them towards the end. Was he perfect? No. And I think the big thing though was he was also tired. So he took rest, and now he's actually the leader of our NDP party. So it's going to be very interesting to see who gets our premiership in. We still got 2.5 years or 2 more years, which is why I don't want to talk about it too much. But it is going to be. He got like some of the. He swelled the NDP. Numbers by something like 56,000 or something like that. It was insane, just for the leadership vote, not even for like actually voting for not parliament, legislature. That's insane that they had 2 years of kindergarten. Although granted, like what they're doing right now is basically a pre-K. I know that there is pre-K, but yeah, we don't have like tiered kindergarten. Although that would have been nice, because it's like, we'll have to pay like a one-time fee for kindergarten, but it'll cover like all their field trips and all the extras and everything like that. So it's actually going. One second. You okay? Okay, good. It's over there like, in his sleep. Yeah, so this is like pre-K, preschool. And then they go into like a year of kindergarten, and it's not required in Alberta. And that is the other portion of this for these goddamn exams, is that kindergarten is not required. So how can you standardize test 5-year-olds, 4.5 to 6-year-olds, because of course the age range for our schools, and how can you standardize test something that is not required? Money wasters. just wasting money. Yeah, exactly. What can they fail? Oh no, you can't use your scissors. I don't know. Like, that's the thing. What would you fucking test? Ugh. Anyway. Yeah, what can they fail? And like, you already have little kids that are anxious in kindergarten because it's a big shift and everything like that. Then you go and like test them and they fail something. Like, is that going to set them up for actual success in grade school? No, that's the other part of this. Anyway, they like to throw a bunch of shit out to like be a distraction from the other shit that they pull. That's what this government loves to do. Then what they also love to do that everyone's pointed out is they love to do their press conferences on Fridays, right before everyone is like, everyone's focused on the weekend. Yes. Now, see, so that was what a lot of people point out. It's like grade 3 makes sense. They can actually sit down for a goddamn test, right? 6 makes sense. 9 makes sense. And 12, because that's your diploma exams. At least that's what it was for me. Now, when we start homeschooling, we will have to meet a set of standards. You still have to educate your child to a minimum level. And that is what I would consider standardized. So there's a set of like parameters of what you should be able to achieve each year. And you have someone come and you check. I had it happen when I was a kid. At least when we were in Alberta. BC was a lot more lax. You still had to be like registered with a school board and stuff like that, but I don't remember them coming and checking in with us. Could also have been just our location. Who knows? We're very rural for a very long time. But yeah, like they come and they check and they chat with you and blah, 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 blah. But they don't test you. But yes, it's totally distraction. And it's so... And then they're like, oh, we got to cut budgets. And then they give themselves a raise. Yep. Excellent. Fantastic, guys. Wasted money on our like privatization of our labs that you just backed out of because it was a shitty system. Sorry, I'm totally on my soapbox now. We're going to finish this rant and then I'm going to go somewhere else. There will be no segue. Yeah, privatize our labs, back out of it. Cost us like $500,000 to $1 million just on that. And then you bitch and moan that you don't have enough money. And then you give yourselves all raises. Awesome. Anyway, fans. These fans are very pretty. There's your segue. Also, I do not know where Dahlia is. I hope she's okay. At least Flynn's not whining in his sleep anymore. That was concerning for a moment. Wonder what cats and like dogs dream about, because you can tell that they dream. It's like, what are you dreaming about? Yeah, the other portion of this is it's like, I don't know where you could move in Canada right now that's much better. I've heard that, Manitoba elected an NDP government. And apparently he's doing pretty good. So that's heartening to hear. It's just like, I used to be really happy about living in Alberta. We live in a beautiful part of the country, and then granted, a lot of this is a very small, vocal crowd. By the way, if you didn't know what my politics are, and you do now. It's hilarious because I used to be conservative, but I was mostly conservative because that's what my parents voted. And then I started, everyone's like, you'll get more conservative as you get older. It's like, no, that's not how it's gone for me. And I don't think a lot of other people either. But nothing against conservatives. I am against right-wing nut jobs. That's what I'm against. And the vocal right-wingers are definitely not jobs right now. So. Hot dog trees. Yeah, I think he was, I don't know, it was like a growl whine, you know, that like, kind of low. So maybe he was dreaming that there was like a cat outside our window or something like that. Who knows? Or popcorn. Or he's being like, Mom, you're disturbing my sleep with all this talk of politics and like sewing. Okay, yeah, we're good. Yeah, it has to be mice or something like that. The thing about this is that this cat, as far as I know, has never encountered a mouse in his life. Although, granted, I don't... Knock on wood. I don't even know if that's wood. This is... pretend wood, at least. Knock on wood. We haven't had a mouse problem, surprisingly, down here, which I am actually kind of shocked with having the walkout. I thought we would have a lot... potentially a lot more of a rodent problem. Because there was never any mice in our old house either, which, that's surprising as well. And now that I like bring it up, I'm going to have like 6 dozen mice in the house or something stupid. Because hopefully our freeze is coming. Hopefully our snow is coming. Yeah, I don't think either of them have run into a mouse. At least Dahlia has not since we've had her. Remy never did when we had him. And then I'm pretty sure this cat has never actually run into a mouse either. So it's always the debate of like, what would they do if they actually ran into a real mouse? Yeah, mouse toys. Remy's favorite was... Actually, Dahlia had one that came from the shelter that she adored. But it's one of those ones that, like, she loses constantly, and then it's gone for, like, 9 months. Until you, like, clean out from the most random spot and find it. I think it's probably under the china cabinet. I don't know if it ended up making the move, now that I say that out loud. And she's never loved another mouse toy the same, although she's quite happy hunting the pom-poms right now, so maybe those have been a good substitute. We're done the white top stitching. Rage-fueled top stitching. I can actually tell that I am angry because my cheeks are all red. Wow. Okay. Yeah, and then so Flynn loves the springs, like the springs, and then Remy loved the little the bell balls, but the cage bell balls. Must have been how they like clittered. That sounds like a made-up smut word. Must have been how they like sounded on the floor. That's what I was going for, but it was like there was a very specific word, and now it's gone. Anyway, yeah, how they like chittered, maybe. I feel like that's also the wrong word, but I don't know. We're gonna pull the ones we're gonna do black top stitching. Okay, I think we're actually about halfway through, which is a pretty good split. Usually this split is significantly different, so I'll take it. He has balls he loves. He loved them at one point. Oh boy. Yeah, they're always going on the furniture. Really cool thing. It was basically like little clear acrylic-y, plasticky things that you could tape down on your floor, and then it just kept everything at the front of the couch. And I'm like, because it's always the kids too, so if it's not the cats, it's the kids, as per usual, and vice versa. It's either kids toys or it's cat toys under the sofa, couches, Chesterfields, whatever the fuck you want to call them. I never say sofa. Couches. I don't even know what possessed me. And yeah, we may not have... Maybe the mice smell like cats or something like that. I do know that there was one that tried to get into our old place. It ran into the garage when I was standing right there, and I like stomped at it and chased it out of the garage. I'm like, get out of here. Poor mouse. Was just looking for a warm place to live. And I'm like, I have had zero problem with mice, so I don't want to start now. That's what I was thinking. That's going to be the bobbin spool because we're almost out of the Gutermann. For bobbins at least. And then this will be the needle thread. Yeah, and then they really like peacock feathers is another one that they love to chase and like pounce and everything like that. What else is there? Laser pointer, of course, is super popular. Although that was way more popular with Remy than it was with these two. Also had to be careful with that because I don't want to like accidentally shine it in the kids' eyes. So they haven't been out as much as often. Wand toys. Nice. We used to teach our old orange boy at my parents' place that if he caught a mouse, he would drop it over the toilet, and then we would feed him cheese until he dropped the mouse in the bed with me. That is still such a horrifying memory, obviously, because I've brought it up multiple times in the last like 9 months. I classify, like, you know how people talk about how they're traumatized about stuff now, but it's like you get the capital T trauma of like, and that what I would qualify under that is like physical abuse and like war and like all of these other things, but then there's the small T traumas. And so definitely that the cat dropping the mouse in my bed qualifies as a small T trauma. They are super popular. Remy used to love it, and he would do the whole, like, if you ran it back and forth, he would be like, and like, oh, it was hilarious. He loved laser pointers so much. Oh, he was such a fat cat. He always was. He did slim out a little bit after we got him unconstipated. Unclogged. I don't know what you would call that. Deconstipated. But he would just like, yeah. It was hilarious to watch this, like, because he had the tubby tummy, and you would do the laser pointer back and forth, and his like head would be whipping back and forth, and the wiggly body. Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. So we're swapped out to the black now. And then I know the debate was if I should take the... Oh, shoot. Yeah, we're going to throw these underneath with the white, the ones that are done. And actually, I'm going to throw even though they're black top stitch, I'm going to throw the ones that are finished on under as well, because then it's just out of the way. Less going on our already busy desk, basically. I think we should pull. Yeah, let's just pull these. Because honestly, now we're at the point where we know that these are going to be black. And we've cut enough and we've prepped it, and then I don't have to move them. It's like, I'm already going to, whatever. It's fine. Throw them in the drawer, and then when we come to these ones that don't have them clipped to their handles, we know. And next time we know to do this step. That's the wrong thing to put in that pile. We'll do the step at the same time, but we won't clip them to the handle until after we're done that first row of stitching. La la la. Learning curves. Efficiency learning curves. It's not like we haven't had learning curves, that's for damn sure. I'm just so glad that we didn't have to do another learning curves with the fucking interfacing this time. It's just nice and smooth. And honestly, I probably should go buy another roll of interfacing when I open up this one, so that they're hopefully amongst a similar lot. And I can throw out the wrapping for the interfacing with abandon. Ugh. And no, I can't get the stiff interfacing from them because it's like 50% more compared to so many of the other places I've looked at. So 50 to 60% more. I'm like, no, it's too much difference. That's where I got it previously, but I think even if I were to buy it at like Fabricland on sale, it would be cheaper, which is saying something, since that is like pinnacle fabric retail in Canada. All right. Done. There we go. We're going to do the wristlet. Actually, not done. Yes. We're going to throw them all in the drawer, so when I freak out about where they are, they're in the drawer. We're going to do the wristlet first so that it's... because it may as well get finished. Again, like 2 seams. We're already basically, that's what we're doing already. So we may as well throw the wristlet under. Actually, that's what we should be, that's when we should be doing wristlets, is when we're doing handles. Or, nah, whatever. They could just happen, whatever. Doesn't need to be so regimented. You need a trim down. That was a lot of excess interfacing. And now the sun's going behind the cloud. This one has to get finished. Has to. Like, I cannot skip the fans. Black fans specifically. Okay, we only have a little bit of some of these fabrics left. Like not even the ones that are here right now. Like the mofu san, the sandwich cats and stuff like that. And then or the cat bread. And I just remembered that. It's like, no, I actually was smart and wrote down what we're going to do with the rest of that. So, no need to worry. Not like I was actually worried. But, like, now it doesn't take up that mental space. That's the key to all of this. Freeing up the RAM. Mental RAM. Alright. Box bag handles, box bag handles. Zoom, 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 zoom. Say guy ha. Sorry, I'm silent because I'm trying to like not sew my fingers. So enjoy some sewing machine ASMR for a few minutes, I guess. I also know you can hear me on the mic over this, but you know, it will be easier when it's a little bit slower. Please, 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 please don't run out on this side. Please, please, please. Please, 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 please. And the please, please, please is for the bobbin thread, not the upper thread. We've got a lot of upper thread still. It wasn't quite a full bobbin that I put in, so it's like, Please wait to run out until we're at least done this half, like this half. Please, please, please. So far, so good. I'll run out on like the halfway through the last one or something stupid like that. Just how the luck goes. That was way too generous. Damn it. Way too generous of a seam allowance. It's way easier to pick it out now than later. What the heck is that? Okay. But anyway, yeah, so like, I don't normally put my really thick. Usually it's about, what's a good example that you can actually see on screen because, you know, these are all dark fabrics. Yeah, usually it's about that. Versus that. This is probably about double what I would expect usually. Or what I would sew. It's fine on the end, so I'm not going to pick out all the like back stitching, but it's the middle stuff that needs to be really well. And here's the other part of this is even if it wasn't perfect on the ends, it's getting sewn in. You'll be able to see the back stitching. Lazy? I prefer to call it efficient. Just be glad that I'm actually picking out the like top stitching because normally this doesn't happen. On a time crunch. I don't know why I'm doing it. But I'm trying to behave myself a little bit more. Just a bit. Okay. Oh. Now we can just pull the back here and trim down the edges. Get off of me, thread. Alright. Now, hopefully that's the only time we have to use a seam ripper today. Please, 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 please. Yeah, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. It did waver a little bit at the end, but again, that's going to get sewn in, so I'm not going to worry about it. But that looks better. Okay. 3 more, and then we can swap and do the other side. How much you want to bet that that re-sew means that I run out of thread now? Oh, maybe not. Ooh, no, we're good. Sweet. I appreciate that. We'll have to change it on this round probably, but whatever. Better than having to change it twice. Okay, we'll go from this end for the birds. Boink. Okay, still good. Oh, these guys can come over here now because they are dark top stitch handles. Actually, there's a box down here. We're going to put them in the box so that as they get finished, we can put them all in there once we're done chain piecing. La 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 la. Where is the end? There is the end. Oh, that's definitely copyrighted. Do not sing that one. La. There we go. Alrighty. Owls. Scowly owlies. Off they go. Long cats on navy. Still laugh seeing that print because like those cats have had like so many narrative fabrics, which are the fabrics where it's like they seem to kind of build on each other and make stories. But they're so giant on that one. It was just like, oh my god, it needs to come home with me. Distinctive enough, I remember which trip I bought them on, and that was the November 22 trip. Most of these, surprisingly, are actually May 23 fabrics. So that tells me that we're working through the stash at a pretty good rate. And having a goal probably of trying to get there every 18 months-ish is probably about right. Because, like, realistically, we're approaching 2 years right now. But that was also with 2 very rapid, like, back-to-back trips. So... But 18 months, I mentioned this earlier, but if you missed it, 18 months is also a good time period because it would put me in 2 very different seasons. So I could end up getting like more Christmas fabrics and stuff like that. And probably sale Halloween fabrics, so like in October. And then May would be like more of the spring fabrics and things like that. So spring and summer. So just like two very different vibes, especially for Japanese fabrics. And heck, then you maybe could get some of those like seasonal fabrics on sale too, which, hey, I will always take a sale on fabric, even in Japan. Still going strong so far. Segai hot. Yes, excellent. That is a bundle that doesn't need to go underneath to get sewn, that's for sure. Nope, there it is. Sweet, we got all the way to the end of the wisteria cats. Excellent. I don't know why I trimmed it. We don't actually need to trim it. But that's okay. Oh, I've done worse things. In the scheme of cat problems, this one is very small. Why is my head so itchy? Thick. Okay. Down with the bobbin, down with the bobbin, down, down, down with the bobbin. Down with the bobbin, down with the bobbin, down with the bobbin thread. Through the bobbin, through the bobbin. Okay, we're gonna restart it on the wisteria cat just so that we have an anchor for the chain piece. Instead of like adding in the bunny and pushing them further apart. Just keeps everything a little bit straighter. That actually needs to go in the garbage. Thread garbage. Whee! Let's go! Next bobbin is winding. We do not have to be concerned. Cat butt. A little bit slower because we're doing the wristlet now. I don't know why, but whatever. Slower is fine. Yay! Okay, so there's all the... Yeah, they're not. It's very secular for Christmas. And Halloween is probably a smaller celebration than even Christmas is there. But Christmas is usually, like, for them, especially the younger people, younger folks, is usually spent with, like, friends. And then because New Year's is typically spent with family. And there is a lot of, like, you eat a lot of KFC on Christmas Eve. That's like the meal, because there was an advertising campaign that was extremely successful. So, you know, Christmas. I spent Christmas Eve in, I think we were in Tokyo Disney Sea. Oh yeah, wait. I think we spent Christmas Day in Tokyo Disneyland. Doesn't matter. Tokyo Disney of some description. because it was all like decorated, and I could get a turkey leg. That was my big thing. I was like, I want a turkey leg. I don't have an oven for a turkey in Japan. So, all right, we are going to be extremely close to being able to get the top stitching done today, if we don't get it done. Extremely close. So fingers crossed. We got like an hour and a quarter-ish. I'm going to say an hour because that gives me a little bit of buffer time to go up and use the washroom and stuff before the kids come home. Or before I go pick up the kids. Again, it's making it sound like autonomous, but no, I go get them. Speaking of which, I did get the Christmas fabrics from November of 2022. Finally ironed and folded onto a comic book board. And so they're on the shelf now. Ready to be sewn up for this year's Christmas. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I might do a pick your own for them just because then I can turn my brain off and just make custom orders. I think that might be fun. Especially because I'm at the point now where it's like, okay, I think the last real show of the year will be Knit City. And then we'll do some of the pop-ups with like, I want to do the NJCA Bazaar still. And Shindig in October. So there'll be a couple, but there won't be like anything. I'm not doing any Christmas markets again or anything like that. So doing a pick your own at the end of the year would actually be quite nice. And I probably could organize it so I could ship them in time to like hold Christmas projects or whatever you're going to use them for. Anyway, yeah, so Japan isn't big into Christmas. It is more of a friend celebration. People still work on Christmas Day. Like, it's not a shutdown holiday like ours. New Year's, though, often shuts everything down for, or the majority of things down for 3 days. So, like, January 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. If you plan to be in Japan, just plan to hunker down. Go do your shrine visit. And your temple visit. And then hunker down for a few days. It's like... Konbini will be open. That's pretty much it. And, well, shrines and temples. And then everything kicks back into high gear around January 4th. I'm like, I kind of want to eventually go back for New Year's Eve in Japan. And kind of don't want to, simply because of the shutdown afterwards. Actually, the one I would eventually love to do is the Epcot New Year's Eve, because with all the world showcases, I bet you that would be insanely epic to see. Should actually see what they do for celebrations there. 'Cause I think it's something like, I think they actually like, I don't know if they set off fireworks or like what, but I think as the time ticks by for each time zone, for each pavilion, they like acknowledge the fact that it's like the new year in that pavilion, because they've got, I don't know how it works for, well, that wouldn't work though for some places like Canada, where it's like Toronto obviously is 2 hours ahead of me and we still have another time zone. Oh my God. I was talking to my friend yesterday when we were on our walk, and we were discussing how it's like so expensive to fly in Canada, because it is. And like, I get it. We got a big geography and we have so little competition. But it's like, it's almost still cheaper for me to fly to Toronto, to fly to Tokyo, than it is for me to just fly to Toronto. And I'm like, what? How does that even work? Because Toronto is one of the few, actually still has a direct flight through Air Canada to Tokyo. So whenever I'm like playing around with stuff, of course it pops up like, hey, do you want to go do a layover in Toronto Pearson and then fly to Japan? I'm like, hell no. Sorry. Toronto is like, even with the renovations did make it better. But my God, that airport is terrible. Like, Vancouver is better than Toronto. And Vancouver, I don't know if they deal with a significant number more passengers or not. I should actually look that up. But anyway, Pearson, I will pay extra to avoid Pearson. Anyway, it was just like, why would I want to fly to Toronto, add like 4 to 5 hours extra onto my flight to fly back to Tokyo? Like, and it is actually still more expensive I'm pretty sure, to fly that route than it is to go through Vancouver. But it was just like, ugh. I am still baffled about the whole JAL, like the front, like 20 rows is like full on all the flights booked out through November. And I'm like, what is going on? Except for like the one row back by the bathrooms and the galley. And I'm like, because I do prefer to be like around the wing area or ahead of the wings. So now I'm like, we're gonna have to figure this out. I still want to be on the JAL plane just because of how the seats are set up. Like the 242 setup is just so much better than 333 for us, because then we don't have the awkward middle person. And for that long a flight, I really don't want to be sitting in the middle. I don't want a stranger sitting beside my child. So, yay. 242 is the old setup that they had for. So, this is also, I've gone on about this before, but whatever. We're up on soapboxes today, apparently. Multiple soapboxes of all shapes and sizes and descriptions. This one is that the flight from Toronto is actually the old direct flight from Calgary. So it's basically like AC9, I think, or something like that. And so it would come and it would fly to Calgary, it would land in Calgary, and then it would go on to Tokyo from there. So it's still a direct flight with, this is interesting, it's still a direct flight with Air Canada, but it was not a non-stop flight, whereas our flights from Calgary were non-stop. Anyway. But yeah, they discontinued that service while Japan was closed for obvious reasons. I get it. But then they never brought it back. I'm like, I just want the plane back. I don't care if it's Air Canada or WestJet. Just give me a direct flight on a 242 configuration, please. But whatever. JAL will be better anyway, I think. Still really annoyed that I can't use my air miles to pay for like the surcharges, like the fuel surcharge and stuff like that. So the flights are still like, I will still save 50% versus paying cash. But it's like, why am I still paying like so much per person to fly? Anyway, that is definitely something that we're not going to get into. Although granted, I literally have just enough air miles for the 4 of us right now. I don't have enough air miles after that for another flight to Japan. And I'm like, ooh, okay, well that's going to make any the next trip in November tight, but all right, maybe I'll collect enough this year. Also, and the airmail site right now, it keeps going, we're having technical difficulties, and won't actually even let me purchase the flights. And I'm like, what is going on? So that's going to be something that I'm going to have to reach out to them before I start booking and be like, hey, so I need to book this flight, please. These flights, this flight for 4 people. Other pros to gel though too, besides the fact that it's like a nicer economy. 2 free checked bags per person, which like used to be standard. And then you paid $50, and $50 not a big deal. And then it suddenly went up to $100 per bag, and I'm like, like at least on international flights, like what? We're already paying so much in fuel surcharges. Why are you making us pay for baggage on top of it? Anyway, but yeah, and then it's like each extra bag is a couple $100, I think, which is not bad, all things considered, but it does start to rack up. So the one benefit with their Air Canada scheme for the third bag was that as long as you pay for the extra bag, it can be overweight up to 70 pounds. Extra baggage with JAL can only go up to 50 pounds, or you pay an extra luggage fee and an overweight charge. So that's just not that that's a big deal. I'm going to have so much extra baggage this trip that it doesn't even matter really. But it is good to know in future if I want to book with JAL again, just like not to get sticker shocked. So, and I still cannot figure it out with so WestJet, or no, is it WestJet? Yeah, it's like when you go to book the international flights, it's like food and beverage available for purchase, and it's like, what? I'm gonna make what? It should just be an economy class ticket. And I cannot tell, like I haven't been able, even through Reddit and stuff like that, I haven't been able to tell if anyone's booked an Air Miles flight with WestJet and gotten food. Like for international. Domestic, whatever. Of course we're not going to get food without paying for it. But I've never seen that before for any of the rewards flights that I've booked with Air Miles, so it's just weirded me out when I looked at it. I'm like, what? How can you even, like, okay? Like, if I know I have to pay for it, that's not a big deal. Because there is a airline, so it's the cheap version of JAL called Zip Air. And they fly out of Vancouver, and they fly on Dreamliners. Pretty cool. Good layout. Business class is reasonably, well, business class isn't as expensive as on a full-fledged airline, but it's one of those ones that nickels and dimes you, so you have to pay for everything, including food. But it's like, well, if you knew that, then just pack like a Subway sandwich or something like that. It's this whole food and I can't tell if it's like food and beverage are available for purchase, because no, it was on the international flights as well. I'm like, is it just the standardized language and it didn't get changed properly? Or do you actually have to pay? Because I don't think it... can't remember if it shows up on the Air Canada flights, because of course I've been flying Air Canada for so long, because the WestJet flight is new, that I wasn't, like, I haven't even tested it. Anyway, who knows? I'll report back, although we're going to go JAL, so whatever. Come hell or high water, we're doing JAL this trip. Because I keep seeing really good reviews. They keep winning economy class awards. Their food looks really good. I know their service is really good. When I flew to Japan for my exchange, I flew JAL. I was on an old 747 though, so... because that was... now fully 15 years ago. I don't know how. Please don't ask me how, where I am. Oh, god dang it. Showed that zipper in again. Why is it these charcoal ones on these bags are getting caught? What the hell? I'm pretty sure it was on the knit stitch one on the other side too. Apparently they just want to be dramas. Drama yamas. And then that one's Gyun. Okay, well, we will... I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that'll be part of the whole trip, is I'll like chat about the flight, we'll have to decide if I can't decide if we're going to do like 4 across or 2 and 2. Well, honestly, looking at the seat map, it's going to depend on what's fucking available at that point. Which is part of why we'll try and book it as soon as we can. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be an adventure. I haven't done well, and it's a lot of people to like book through air miles. It's super exciting that I have enough air miles. I've been very diligent about my collection of them, so I'm not surprised, but I'm very pleased. Oh yeah, that was a different one. And should probably answer him, but we're going to continue this first. I told Dallas yesterday that I was like desperate for a vacation, and I was like, and then I was thinking about I was like in bed thinking about last night, and I'm like, do you know what will actually help is starting to be able to book Japan for next year. Yes, it's still a year out, but it'll make it feel it's more tangible then, rather than just talking about it for 9 months. I'll still be talking about it for a year, but you know what I mean. It'll be like I will have a hotel booking and we'll be able to start actually pricing out the flights correctly. Because right now I'm doing all sorts of like just guesswork based on this year, based on November or October, which are kind of like similar shoulder season-y dates, and like I'm trying to like dance around like Lunar New Year, not Chinese New Year, Lunar New Year, because Narita is a hub, so there's been that whole thing to deal with of like, why are flights like double the cost this day and not this day? Lunar New Year. At least we figured that out last year and not this year. And I'm pretty sure the dates for it line up that we aren't right in Lunar New Year travel. But if we are, what we'll do is we'll fly into, when I was looking, with the benefit or the better option was not to fly into Tokyo, but actually to fly a bit further into Itami or Kansai, which are the airports in Osaka area. And so that's like, it was like $500 cheaper per person when you were paying cash. It's like, holy shit, that's a big difference. So yeah. Although it is going to also work to our benefit because Lunar New Year means that one of our friends should be off, the one in Hong Kong. So she'll probably, she is, she'll come and meet us there, which will be a lot of fun. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. 24. Okay, I think we can do that. That's usually about 2 minutes or so per piece. Ooh. We're gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. Tight squeeze. Come. But I think we can do it. Now the question is if we can do the rest of the work. But I think we'll at least get the top stitching done. So that means that we'll be one step further ahead than we were earlier. And actually, do you know what? That's another argument for moving the cutting studio around, is that we're set up in such a way right now that I have enough cut that we should just finish some stuff up. So I don't need to use the cutting table for a little bit. But, well, As long as we get it moved out and mostly positioned so that I can use it if I need to. So what else is happening? Next at Dallas's home is the Ancient Arts pop-up. Okay, yeah. So if we're focusing in on traveler slings and passport folders, we already have a lot of that done. So yeah, I don't need the cutting table for the next, what, 2 weeks, 10 days? And anything that I do really need to cut, we could still work on. Like, I think a lot of it is trimming down the kato. I think we actually, the big thing there is we need to do the interfacing on them and then trim them down. I think I just ran out of thread. I totally just ran out of thread. Boom, boom. Yeah, I'm like looking at the window, and it would be really nice to be sitting in that window right now with like the full sun. Now I would probably take the curtain down, or the blind down, so it was a little bit more diffused and like less glaring on the camera. But it would still be really nice compared to, like, I am in the shadow right now, which, whatever. I don't know. I think it'd be nice. It'd be nice to be able to see the mountains a little bit more, to be honest. Because, like, I can't. Oh, you can look out the window here and see them, but it's not the same. All right, no more having to switch bobbins, please. Please just sew the bags. Actually, so if we're at 24, so basically 23 and a half right now, I will see where we get to here. That'll give me a better idea of how many bags we can actually sew with it. For top stitching at least, because that's quite a large stitch length as well. Go. I'm totally getting enabled by Instagram right now too, because of course now I follow people from Japan, and they were talking about they're in Shibuya right now at Tokyo Hands. There's a whole setup of merch for the manhole covers around Japan, and I'm like, it's so cool. Now I wouldn't need, well, okay, I wouldn't need a lot. I don't know if I'd need anything. I don't need anything. I don't even know if there'd be anything I'd want, but it is still super cool because it's ridiculous, the manhole cover art in Japan. And it's right, it's called street art, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Like, super cool. We have some, but it's like these ones in Japan are even painted and stuff like that, so that's the cool part of it, or enameled or something. So color is imparted to the manhole cover somehow. Go, 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 go. This cat's still over here, like, ha 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 ha, sleep, sleep, sleep. I'm a dozy boy. Okay, good. I'm like, did I start the other bobbin? I did. Yay! Look at me being mostly organized today. Besides losing some of my handles. I still do not know where that party animal handle went. Probably find it when I move the desk. It'll be like just kind of tucked under something. Or it'll be on the desk. I don't feel like it is, but who knows? I don't know anymore. Grumpa-rump. Rumpa-rump. Doom, 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 doom. I really do want to challenge myself to try and get these bags done. But I'm also like, maybe not. Okay, what is going on here? Why is it going on here? Look. Okay, it was just like, we are going to break right here. It is not the needle. The needle is perfectly fine. I can see that. It's just the bobbin being the bobbin. Hey, bobbin. Boo bobbin. Boo bobbin. Why'd you freak out? Like, didn't we change? Yeah, like the needle was changed before we started all of this, and it's been perfectly fine. And now the bobbin's like, Mrah! I'm angry. Ooh, I've insulted my ancestors. Which ancestors for a bobbin? I don't know. Just the ancestors, apparently. Capital A. Because, you know, proper nouns and all that. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're down 2 zip pulls. That's not too bad considering the number of bags we have. Anyway, my thought was that it's like I do want to challenge myself to get these done, and at the same time I'm like, I do not want to destroy myself to get them done for the show, so yay. Talk about being not motivated. I'm not sure what that makes me. Okay, we are heading into the ones though that are mostly or at least a lot of the ones that have the black zippers that do have, like, are the zipper by the yard. So who knows? Zipper tape, zipper tape, zipper tape. Not closed end zippers. So let's see if we can do this without knocking all of them off. If we fail, we fail. Whatever, not a big deal. But if we don't, it's less work. Will I take less work? 100%. Yes, there we go. Go. Yes, so far so good. If I whisper, you won't know, right? Okay. Foot off pedal. Oh, thank fuck. Okay, that one doesn't have to go back on. It was extremely close to falling off, though. And then we're gonna get it out of here before it understands what I did. Potato lucky cats, 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 potato lucky cats. Actually, the thing I need to add back in as like a pantry staple is orzo, I think. So I did a couple of recipes with orzo recently, and it was like, that was delicious. There was that sausage one, I think, with, what was it, like tomatoes and spinach and stuff like that. That was really good. At least something along those lines. It keeps coming up in my like Facebook feed because it's like, that's where I save most of my food recipes. I don't know why. Apparently my algorithm on Facebook likes to feed me food, and my algorithm on Instagram likes to feed me smutty book recommendations. And really, I'm not complaining. Yeah, not at all. I just need to follow through on making some more of those recipes, I guess. That's the big thing. And then YouTube's got me pegged too, because it's like, well, not literally pegged. Got me the correct algorithm right now, because it's like, here is a bunch of recipes. And I'm like, excellent. And then it's like, here is some Japanese content. I'm like, excellent. There's not as much smutty book recommendations on YouTube, though, interestingly enough, actually. So I don't know. I stumbled across the page is called Punky Doodles, Punkey Doodles, Doodles, like you would spell doodles normally. Punky is spelled different, so Punkey. Anyway, they do animations based on like voiceovers for D&D and stuff like that they've picked. And they've been really good. I think I added a couple of them to the playlist, but I'll go choose the best ones. It's like, what if like your mom was a mermaid and your dad was a centaur? Well, no. Anyway, kind of. What if your parents were two mythical creatures and like the mom has the upper half of the mermaid and the dad has the bottom half of the man? I guess that might be a minotaur. It's like, and then they make you, and you turn out to just be just a guy. That was the one that I stumbled across first, and then they do a bunch of like cat funny ones. So I'll put those into the playlist for the ones that I have personally found the funniest recently. The mermaid, the man one is definitely the funniest one, I think, so far. Although there's some highly accurate cat videos that definitely need to be shared. Animated cat videos on top of it, so it's even better. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. Sweet, we are actually going to finish top stitching today. Success, victory, victory. That is extremely exciting. Phew. Okay, so we'll finish up the top stitching. As long as something doesn't go catastrophically wrong, because who knows. Don't talk too loud, the machine might get a mind of its own, blah, 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 blah. But we should be good now. So I will not be proceeding past top stitching on stream today, because children, and then I'm going to tidy up some more of the Christmas decorations tonight and start loading stuff into the storage room so that it's out of the way in here, kind of in prep before moving stuff around. We'll figure it out. But yeah, getting the Christmas stuff out of here at minimum will be better anyway, because then it's just easier to see what we're working with in general. We know what we're working with, but you know what I mean, like just clutter. And I did leave it out here specifically because I'm like, I don't want to have to keep going in and out of the storage room to get these pins, because it's like it'll be up for a couple months and then we'll just put it back. So it will be down sooner than it was last year, which will be good, and it'll be in bins sooner than it was last year too, which will also be a win in general. And then there's a broken bin that I'm going to get rid of because its lid is broken, so it's kind of useless. And yeah, I wish there was a way to like buy new lids for these totes, right? Like that would be optimal. I might try to buy nothing in it and see if someone wants it. It's not useful to me, but it might be useful to someone else. I guess I could actually use that for like stuff, but mostly I want bins with lids so that I can try and keep cats and stuff like that out of things. So, must be contained. And children. Cats and children. I have drank too much coffee and I really need to pee. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's finish this. I don't have to worry about like sewing through my finger because I'm distracted or something like that. I was like, oh no. I don't want to have to go upstairs now. But I have to. I'm sorry. I'm so close to the end right now. So close. Ooh, that's how we're gonna store the patterns. Because I was like, how are we gonna store these things, like the templates and stuff like that? I saw someone actually do binder clips on like a, it looked like it might have been like a something hanger. We could still, and actually the skirt thing would also work. Could also just get, I could get bigger envelopes to put stuff in and then hang that off the skirt hanger. Multiple options, but then I just realized that I still have the curtain rod hook thing under the cutting table, because I'm like, wait, if I don't really want to hang them in the closet anymore then, because that would be outside the zone of where I would be using it. Anyway, and yes, the obi and kimono are going to do that, but they are used less frequently than the patterns are. But we could actually use one of the wood dowels and do basically a rod to hang the patterns on under the table. That would be excellent. Very good idea. We'll see if it's practical or not, but like maybe something like that. Or we'll hang them off the shelf or something. Or lay them on the shelf, because realistically, actually one of the things I should do for this, I saw a hack for it with an IKEA drawer set. So you put the IKEA drawer on this, and then it basically you have a set of drawers to put stuff in, which would be useful. Or I could swap the zipper drawer out to a pattern file drawer. There, yeah. Although honestly, having them hanging up somewhere was probably, I'm a very visual, as much as it like creates such a like mess, very visual on like, if I see it, I know it. It's like when, so bad when I, ugh, what happened there? Okay. I'm so bad when I tidy up. That's like, why do you sound so rough? It's fine, it works fine, it just sounds terrible. Because like these ones don't, right? Or have I just not been paying attention? No, this one is rough. Interesting. Okay, it's a bit better now. Weird. Anyway, yeah, like visuality of being able to see everything. And that is part of what's going to be weird about being out here and having doors on the fabric, is like it won't be there to kind of spice up the space, I guess. It will also make it tidier, and honestly, it won't be the worst thing. Ooh, I wonder, basically we could just do like, we'll do whatever's cheapest probably, and sturdiest, so it'll probably still be plywood. But then we could actually, I wonder if there's like a way, like you know how you can chalkboard paint stuff? I wonder if there's a way to do like whiteboard doors, because then I wouldn't have to keep a separate whiteboard and we could just write it on the whiteboard and it'd be super accessible. Because chalk's not going to cut it, because the kids can, although chalk actually doing like chalk or a whiteboard upper and a chalkboard base would be kind of nice for the kids. That could be fun. Maybe actually that's a best way to do it. We could do chalk on top too, really, as long as it's something that I could write on regularly, not a big deal. But whiteboard is just, I just find it easier. Chalk is more probably environmentally friendly though, because then you don't have all those little plastic pen tubes. I know that you can get like whiteboard hangers for doors, because I was looking at that one and I still had the doors on the closet in there. Oh, and that's where we can hang that's where we can hang the shoe organizer for the zippers, is actually on a set of those doors. Sweet, problem solved. Although realistically I could also hang them on the door in and out of the cutting studio too, so, or what's currently the cutting studio. I'll have to move my Norton. Probably just back down to the base of the stairs. Whee! Bow wow! Yelp! Woof! Chatty dogs. I call them chat bubble dogs because that's exactly what they're chatting in, is the chat bubbles. You don't need my phone facing you. Great big void in the middle of my sewing machine. Can tell that we're getting further away from the solstice because it's like already the light is balancing out or going like staying lighter later already because it's 4:30 and like the sun is just setting. Whereas like what, 2 weeks ago we would have been like dusk at this point already. So yay, the sun's coming back. Thank goodness. The light is coming back. The sun never left. The light is coming back. Oh yeah, and then that's the plan too, is it's like, hopefully we don't have to fly down to Osaka when we go into Japan, because I really don't want to be on like an 1.5-hour flight to Vancouver. That's fine. And then, but then also a 10-hour flight to Japan with kids. And then you get into the airport and it's another like 2 hours on a flight because you also have to do your transfer through the airport. We're going to be so slammed and exhausted. It's just like, ugh. And Dallas wants to take the train down. I don't blame him. It's about the same price too, so it's like whatever. But yeah, I really don't want to get on another flight with kids after 10 hours on a plane. 'Cause I don't think there's anywhere for like playgrounds or anything in like the terminal. I wish there were. It's like, come on guys, get your shit together. Especially in like big airports like Narita and Vancouver. Vancouver's got a little like play area, but I mean like playground. But actually, I think I discussed this the other day. There's probably something about like insurance liability or something. Like, just slap all the warnings on it or get us to sign a waiver. I just need a place for my children to run around in, please. They are super excited to go on the plane, but they do not understand the concept of 10 hours on a plane yet. And I'm like, ugh. Although I am thinking we might try to start the jet lag early. Basically go to school and then keep them up as late as humanly possible. Because we're going to fly out probably on the Wednesday. Kind of have to. And, yeah, try and keep them up as late as humanly possible on the Tuesday. And then let them sleep as long as they need, kind of leading into the plane. I don't know. I don't know if that'll make it better or worse. I know switching myself previously when I was, like, when Dallas was on nights and I was able to do, like, a swap, worked out the best for me. And basically, it was, like, show up to the airport just exhausted. But then you get on the plane, and when you show up at Japan at 5 p.m., you go get dinner, and then you go to bed. I'm really worried that they're going to end up asleep because it's a day flight into a night flight for us. I'm really worried that they're going to fall asleep like 2 or 3 hours out from Japan and just completely mess themselves up. So still actually my biggest concern about traveling to Japan with them is the jet lag. We'll deal. But I do think we might try to pregame it a little bit. It's like right now, it's 8:30 there. So it's like at this point, you still have like 6 hours typically before you land in Japan. Actually, that's not too bad. Because we would have left here, like the flights out of Calgary that you need to get onto JAL are like 8 a.m. I think 10 is one of the latest, but you don't have a lot of time for a layover there, which I guess is like a blessing, but at the same time I'm like, okay, as much as I'm like, let's switch our schedule before we leave. Vancouver International Terminal, it's actually really cool. It's got like a little aquarium. It's got a quiet area, and actually the best part of it is if it's open, is it's got a little like green oasis been closed the last couple times. First time made sense. I'm pretty sure it was COVID. Second time, I'm not sure why it wasn't open. Well, the first time also made sense because it was rainy as hell. Well, it is Vancouver rainy. Not torrential, just wet, as Vancouver tends to get. So I don't know why, but I don't know why it wasn't open in May when I went there. Anyway, but it's like a place that then you can get some like fresh air and stuff like that. So that's really nice. It's got a nice quiet space upstairs. It does have like a little play area. It has one of my favorite airport bars. Speaking of pre-gaming. And actually that's the other awesome thing. It's getting onto the JAL flight. They'll have Asahi, and I hope it's like Asahi from Japan. That would be amazing. So yeah, I don't know what'll be better, but we'll try it. I think we'll try pre-gaming a little bit by like at least keeping them up until like, so if we did 10, even 11, midnight, if we did midnight, that's like bedtime there basically. So, oh right, but we were going to, right. There's also the logistics of like not wanting to park our truck there or vehicle there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Right, because I was going to go get someone to help us get Dallas from the airport, and then we were going to go to a hotel. Well, we can still keep them up in a hotel. They love staying at hotels. They keep asking when we're going to go to a hotel next. I found out that it's mostly because they want to go play in a pool. But yeah, I keep getting, they're like, when are we going to go stay in a hotel again? And we're like, well, we're going to go stay in one in Dawson Creek. It does not have a pool, or at least it's closed. But we'll go stay in one. All right. Anyway. Right, because yeah, we're flying out on Wednesday, so there's no point really in, as long as Dallas is packed, in like coming home and leaving again stupid early on the Tuesday, because that cuts like a good, well, it cuts a lot of anxiety because we're already in the city, and then we can just get on a shuttle with one of the hotels. Hell, it's like there's a hotel that's like a walking distance from where we usually pick them up that also has an airport shuttle, so we could just stay there and someone could just drop me off and we don't even have to worry about a vehicle shuffle, or like, because it's a squishy ride with the car seats in the back. We got 3 more, and it's still only 20 to 5. That's pretty awesome. My brain is fried. Fried brains, don't eat brains. What are we having for dinner? Speaking of don't eat. No. Okay, 4 to redo. Oh well, could be worse. Considering how many we did actually use. What? I have to put the zip again on like half? That's not bad. I keep hearing cars that sound like they're backfiring, and I'm like, why do I keep hearing cars that sound like they're backfiring? I'm pretty sure carburetors haven't been in cars for quite some time. I remember old Suburban used to backfire all the time. But like that sounded like a backfire, and it's been the second time I've heard something like that in the last like week, which is weird. We have also had a bunch of people running around with guns, and I'm like, what is going on? So there was the one, I think I told this story, but it was the day that I got the rest of that hardware delivered, it was like emergency alert because there's a guy in between Bear's Paw and Cochrane. Yay. Calgary and Cochrane, basically. And apparently he did actually kill 2 people with that one, so that's why they were extremely concerned. And then UPS rang my doorbell, and the kids are all like, there's someone here! And I'm like, shh. I'm gonna check the doorbell camera to make sure that we're going to go open this door. And yeah, so I told because it took me a while then to like get it all logged in and everything like that. And the UPS guy was like writing out the slip as I opened the door, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm on like high alert. So, yeah, I don't know. And then something happened yesterday or the day before with like a BB gun or something like that. And I'm like, what the hell? What the hell? Come on, guys. Okay, last bag to top stitch. Anyway, so hopefully it was actually a backfire and not a gunshot. Who knows? I don't know anymore. Obviously something is afoot. Doom doom. Doom doom. Doom. Good. Okay, 1 and 2. Get under there. Thank you. Okay. Doom 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 doom. This is an old whip. Praise me. This and that the mod Sakura with the purple circles and the cuddle puddle and the cacti have all been in the whip pile for a very long time. So hallelujah, yahoo, we are getting them closer to finishing right now. I'm not going to say we're going to finish them because who knows, but they're a damn sight. Oh no, why would we run out right in the middle of the last pack? Of course. Murphy's Law. Anyway, lots of whips getting done right now. Yeah, get out. Fluff in there that needs to be cleaned out. Good. Good. Clip. No, come on, get in. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Oh, I guess I didn't grab it like I normally do. Usually I pull a lock on it because it keeps the bobbin held in. There we go. Yeah. Click. And then we will start winding this next black bobbin because then we've got it ready to go for the next round. Then I don't have to worry about it. I just have 2 bobbin, or like most of a bobbin and another bobbin already ready to go later. Okay, it stopped right there. So we're gonna blend in the black right here. Bum, bum, bum. That spool's almost empty. Another 5,000 meters of thread. Done and dusted. Yeah. Nope. Actually, put it to wind, please, Katie. Thank you. Is it winding? It looks like it's winding. Excellent. Holy crap. Okay, we did it. Yay. So, bloop. We are done for the day. It is 4:45, so I gotta get rolling to pick up the kiddos. We're gonna put these in the bin. And then I will not be on tonight. I will be doing, well, if I do any work, I will record it, but I'm not going to promise anything because I have not been coming downstairs. I am, however, going to work on like getting stuff tidied and ready, like I said, for potentially moving stuff around this week. Coming, I guess. Yeah. I am happy with the progress we made today. I did not actually anticipate getting all the top stitching done, so that is very, 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 very good. Yeah, so watch for me on Wednesday. I'll probably be on in the evening, just because that's how our schedule's gonna work. And then we will have a full day on Friday, where we will attempt to complete all the bags. So, big ol' pile. All right. Hope you guys all have a fantastic night. Excuse me. Thank you for sticking around. I see that we've kept our numbers very steady, so thank you. And I'll chat with you all soon. Bye.